Everybody ready? This meeting of the Richlands Town Council will now come to order. Would everyone please stand for the invocation of the pledge? Reverend Cook, would you lead us in the invocation? Thank you.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we do thank you for the day that you blessed us with. We thank you for these people that will be taking care of business for the town of Richlands. We ask that you help them, give them strength and knowledge to do the best job possible. And we'll thank you. Father, we pray for peace and for those that are in harm's way. Again, we ask that you lead, guide, and direct us in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Council, we have before us our agenda, and we're now on Roman numeral 4, additions, deletions to the agenda. Before we go any further, I would like to ask, is there anyone present who would like to be added to unscheduled public comments? Barbara, I have you right here. Please add Barbara Cook under Roman numeral 8. Okay. Is there anyone else? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Would you mind to spell your last name, please?
B-U-R-K-S.
What was it?
B-U-R-K-S.
Got it. Thank you. Anne Marie Burks. Thank you, Anne Marie. Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to be added to the agenda to speak under unscheduled public comments? It's a 3-minute period. Okay. There being no one else, we will move on. All right, is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
I'd like to add something to that.
Yes, sir.
But it's a closed session,
Okay,
finances.
okay. Do you want that under Roman numeral 8? So we can do with other closed
Yeah, I
sessions?
want it with them.
Okay. And do you have a code number for anything?
No.
What Roman numeral did you say that was?
Roman, probably not 8, I'm sorry. Roman numeral 13, I'm sorry.
Finances. Finance.
It would have to qualify under 2.2-3711A something. I would have to speak to you a little bit more to find out, you know, if it would qualify under one of those. If the council would allow, maybe at some point when we take a recess, if we take a recess, that I can speak with Rick to find out.
I suggest, Mike, thank you. I'm going to suggest we have a 5-minute recess right now so that we can add it to the agenda without
Probably
having
2 minutes would be plenty, Rob.
2 minutes. All right, let's have a 2-minute recess. Do you want to go talk to him? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. We all ready? We good? Are you ready? Call it back into, okay. Just a minute, please. You're fine.
That's what I did.
That's okay. Everything okay? Okay. Our gentlemen, are you ready? Okay. Council. Council is now back in session. Okay, we're on additions and deletions to the agenda, and Rick would like an addition. Rick or Mike?
When I spoke to Rick, it sounds like maybe the best way we could do that. Of course, it's subject to council's approval, but I would say call that paving funds, and it would be under 2.2-3711A6.
1 second, please. Paving funds. And what is the code number?
2.2-3711A6.
Okay, thank you.
What exemption is 6?
It's investment of public funds and discussion or consideration of the investment of public funds where competition or bargaining is involved.
Is competition or bargaining involved?
It was with paving. I mean, that's council's decision. I mean,
What we can do is temporarily add it, and then once we have a motion to approve or disapprove the agenda, we can move forward at that point. Does that seem reasonable? Call it under discussion. Okay. So are there any other additions, deletions, or corrections to the agenda? Council? Hearing none others, is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Is there? Okay, Gary makes the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Rick makes a second. Is there any discussion to the addition to the agenda?
Before we take the vote, I do have something to say.
Yes, yes.
The little paving crap we've watched play out on Facebook so publicly, I'm going to vote no on this, and I implore the rest of council to, because this discussion, the citizens deserve to hear this go down publicly, not behind those closed doors.
Okay, thank you, Laura. Is there any other discussion on this motion to approve the agenda? Motion made by Gary and seconded by Rick. Is that correct? Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, Amanda, I would like a roll call vote, please.
Okay. Doug,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
No.
Jan,
No.
Laura.
No.
I'll break the tie, no. Okay. So I suppose, I want to follow protocol here. Do we need a motion to approve the agenda without this addition? Okay, let's strike this addition, please. And is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved.
Laura makes the motion to approve the agenda as presented. Is there a second to this motion?
I'll second.
Jan makes a second. Is there any discussion to this motion?
The motion for,
To approve the agenda as it is originally presented? Okay. Hearing no discussion, we have a motion and a second. I would ask a roll call vote, please, Amanda.
Doug,
yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
and Laura.
Yes.
The motion carries. It is unanimous. Thank you, council. All right, now we have bills. Has everyone had an opportunity to look at the check register? Please do, this is for September. Is there a motion to authorize the manager to pay our bills?
So moved.
Okay. Laura makes the motion to authorize the manager to pay our bills. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, and there is a second to pay the bills. There's a motion and a second to pay the bills, to authorize the manager to pay the bills. Is there any discussion on this motion? There being no discussion, I would ask a roll call vote, please.
Doug,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
and Laura.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you. You may pay the bills, sir. Next on the agenda, Roman numeral 4B. All right, minutes. We have 3 sets of minutes. We have the regular monthly meeting minutes of September the 12th. We have the special called meeting minutes of September the 26th. And we have the minutes of our water sewer work session for October the 2nd. Is there a motion to approve these minutes as presented?
Mr. Mayor, before that's made, I briefly spoke with Amanda. There's one minor change. For the personal property tax, it's listed as a resolution. It should be an ordinance. So I know she's going to be making that change, so that will be a change.
Can you say what page it's on, please?
It's on page 3.
Page 3, okay, let's check it out. And it should say ordinance instead of resolution?
That is correct.
Okay.
I'll make the motion to approve the minutes as amended.
Okay. Is that for all 3 minutes, all 3 sections?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Laura. Is there a motion to approve, is there a second to this motion? Is there a second to approve the minutes?
I'll second.
Jan makes the second. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve 3 sets of minutes? Okay. Hearing no discussion, I would ask a roll call vote, please.
Doug,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
and Laura.
Yes.
The motion carries. It is unanimous. Before we go further, I want to call a 5-minute recess. Thank you. 5 minutes. I want to apologize to council for that brief necessary discussion and to those present for We're back in session, thank you. Okay. We have before us Roman numeral 5, agenda items. The first thing on the agenda is an enormous award for the town of Richlands, and we are so proud to present this award. And I have it here before me, and I would like to read it for everyone. And then I would like lots of deserved recognition. Okay, the Gold Award presentation for the Richlands Water Treatment Plant. So I have before me a letter from the Commonwealth of Virginia. I will hold it up and I will read it as it is presented. Here we go. This is from the Office of Drinking Water, addressed to Mr. Clarence Mundy, interim manager at Town of Richlands, 200 Washington Square, Richlands, Virginia, 24641. Dear Mr. Mundy, congratulations. The Office of Drinking Water, ODW, Virginia Department of Health, is pleased to present your water system a 2022 Excellence in Waterworks Operations Gold Award. This award indicates your water treatment plant met the Virginia Optimization Program goals for clarification, filtration, and backwash during 2022. We look forward to the continued outstanding operation of this works. Sincerely, Rex A. Pepler, P.E., District Engineer. So I cannot say enough good things for the people who work for this town. The water treatment plant is vital to our health and our life. We cannot live without water, and it sustains life. And I'm so proud as a Richlands person to say congratulations. And I'm sure that each member of this council would like to have a personal public moment of speaking to you. It's not every day we get these things. This isn't anything but gold. And it speaks to your dedication to this work and to the job, to the town, and to the people who live here, and all those people who do not live in town who we serve. I want to say thank you very much. Thank you. So I would ask each member of council, I'll just start on my right and go to my left, if that's okay, if they would like to say something. Doug?
Just like you voiced right then, we have great town workers faced with all the problems they had with the water system and the water maintenance. I mean, they did outstanding, and I'd like to thank them.
Thank you, Doug. Gary?
I'd like to just say thank you for your hard work and just keep up the good work. Like I said before, the VDH does send us those reports, and they've always been good.
Thank you, Gary. Rick?
I'd like to thank them all. It's challenging to produce clean drinking water. We're very fortunate we do have clean drinking water in this area. Thanks to all of them.
Thank you, Rick. Jordan?
Sure. I just want to echo what the others have said and say thank you for all your hard work. I got a chance to tour your facility about 5 months ago now, and I was thoroughly impressed. This award is well-deserved.
Thank you, Jordan. Jan?
I'll echo the words of all the other council members and say a special thank you to our workers. We really do appreciate you.
Thank you, Jan. Laura?
I want to reiterate what everyone else has said as well, and I was with Jordan on the tour of both water and wastewater, and I was super impressed by what you guys do with the resources that you have. My husband always says it's not resources, it's resourcefulness, and you guys have really went above and beyond to work with what you've got, and our dedication moving forward is to give you some more resources. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Laura. I would like some photo ops with our Waterworks people, but before I do, I want to share one little thought with you. There was a time in this country that potable drinking water was considered a privilege. We've moved beyond that. I understand it is a human right. We all deserve it. Thank you. So, would everyone please come forward who from our drinking water department, please? Come on up. And I would like the council in just a moment to move down here. I'm going off this podium. I wanna-
Very well.
Come on up, sir. We're going to get right up here. And who's the photo op person here? Who's the photographer? Come on over here, please. I'm a right-handed guy, you're right-handed.
okay.
Listen, this is the letter, and I guess Mr. Mundy would like to keep that in his files or in the town files, but you certainly can read that, and we really appreciate you. And this is, let me get these off, this is the certificate that says 2022 Gold Water Treatment Plant Performance Award for Excellence in Clarification, Filtration, and Backwash. Thank you. What a pleasure. There you go. Thank you. Now, wait a minute. This is a big deal. Council, please come down here with us, please. Well, look, you're fine. I appreciate it. Thank you, Bill. We don't always have these opportunities, and we need to do something positive, and we thank you so much. Come stand with us, everyone. I like getting off that sometimes, and coming down here. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Okay, you tell us, Amanda. Mhm. Thank you. Once again, thank you very much. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Let's see, here we go. Take this. All right, thank you, everyone, for really recognizing our water department. And I could carry on about it, but I won't. It is a human right. It is not a privilege. Thank you. All right, so here we go. Next on our agenda, Roman numeral 5B, Downtown Revitalization Potential Project, Debbie Milton, Cumberland Plateau, PDC, Blair, Bugler, Virginia Main Street via Zoom. So welcome, everyone. And Debbie, would you like to open this up?
Sure. Thank you all for having us. I received an invite from the town on what our next steps is going to be, because once we've finished the planning grant, we have our documents in hand, and Design and Dialogue and Design did a wonderful job. They really did. So in order to apply, right now I can't tell you the due date for the application until it'll be sometime late spring, early summer of 2024. And during that time, we will be working on putting our application together. We'll have to have a couple public hearings and that sort of thing. But before that happens, we have with us Main Street, Blair. She'll be talking to you about some success stories and telling you a little bit what's important to be a part of Main Street. You have to at least be an affiliate. That's what they used to call it. I think it's endorsement now or something like that. But anyway, and also with us is Kelly from the Department of Housing and Community Development. And we're all here to answer any questions you might have. But I think there is a little presentation, so I'll turn it over to Blair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Debbie. Blair or Kelly?
Yes, hello, how are you all this evening?
Very good. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. Am I going to be able to share my screen?
Yes, Frank is working on that right now to make it shareable.
Wonderful.
And while we're waiting, I just wanted to say thank you so much to the town. The planning grant has been great, and after Blair gets done talking, if y'all want to talk more about that, I'd love to be here for questions.
Thank you.
All right, can you all see my screen and the presentation?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to tune in virtually this evening. Again, my name is Blair Bergler, and I'm a program administrator with the Virginia Main Street program. I've been asked to share a brief introduction about the Main Street program and what it entails. Before we get started, I'm sure you've noticed, I'd like to apologize in advance for my lack of voice and any potential coughing. I'm fighting a cold, so hopefully I can hang in there during this quick presentation. So let's get started. Main Street is a national model created by the National Main Street Center to bring jobs, dollars, and people back into our historic downtowns and commercial districts. It's a powerful grassroots network that consists of over 40 coordinating programs in 2,000 neighborhoods and communities across the country that are committed to strengthening their local communities through preservation-based economic development. The Virginia Main Street Program, which is housed in the Virginia Department of Housing and Community Development, so Kelly is one of my colleagues at the agency, is a Main Street America coordinating program. And we act as a bridge between Main Street America, our national coordinating program, and our local programs across the Commonwealth, such as the town of Richlands. We know that there is only one Richlands, Virginia, and Main Street works to highlight your unique assets to foster a stronger sense of community, ownership, vibrancy, and place. Since 1985, the Virginia Main Street Program, through the work of our local programs, has created more than 7,900 businesses, 26,000 jobs, and $3.1 billion in public and private investment across the Commonwealth. All Main Street programs utilize Main Street's four-point approach to building stronger communities. Design supports a community's transformation by enhancing the downtown or commercial district's physical and visual assets, so the look and feel of the downtown. Promotion positions the district as the center of the community and the hub of economic activity, so making sure that the downtown is the place to be. Organization creates a strong foundation for sustainable revitalization effort, including cultivating partnerships, resources, and community involvement. So making sure that the people that live and work in our downtown are taking ownership of their community. And economic vitality focuses on creating a supportive ecosystem for local entrepreneurs, because we know that a vibrant downtown with open, robust businesses is a draw for visitors and locals alike. There are 3 levels of participation in the Virginia Main Street Program. As Debbie mentioned, affiliate, well, it was previously affiliate, is now known as our exploring level, and that's our base level of participation. Mobilizing is our middle tier, and advancing is our top tier. And the Virginia Main Street Program provides varying levels of technical assistance, consulting services, training, and grant funding to all the communities depending upon their level of participation in the program. So the Exploring Main Street tier is open to all Virginia communities who are interested in learning more about Main Street and the approach and how they can leverage it in their downtown to revitalize their commercial corridor or neighborhood district. There are over 70 communities across the state at this tier, and that includes the town of Richlands currently. EMS communities are eligible for community vitality grants. I'm sorry, was there a question?
I don't think so.
Okay, sorry, I heard a thing. Okay, so EMS communities are eligible for community vitality grants and financial feasibility grants through the Virginia Main Street Program. Community vitality grants provide funding for downtown revitalization, organizational development, and capacity building type projects, while financial feasibility grants provide funding for downtown redevelopment or white elephant projects. In fiscal year 2024, the maximum award amounts were $15,000 and $50,000 respectively. It is important to note that while Exploring Main Street status does not lapse, we are currently in the process of reassessing all of our existing Exploring Main Street communities' interests in maintaining their status. So the town should have received a letter earlier this year outlining the program and requesting confirmation of your interest in continued participation. If you didn't, I'm happy to provide that letter for you. In essence, if the town is interested in maintaining their status as an Exploring Main Street community moving into the new year, We ask that you submit an updated Exploring Main Street application and support documentation, which I'm more than happy to help you through the process. I also know that the town has a downtown planning grant through DHCD, as Kelly alluded to, and we believe that reinvigorating the local Main Street effort would be a great way for you all to keep the momentum going as it relates to this work. The next tier in the Virginia Main Street program is mobilizing. This is our middle tier, and it's centered around a 2-year capacity building program for communities looking to level up their Main Street initiatives and better prepare for taking on the responsibilities of advancing Virginia Main Street designation and national accreditation. There are currently 10 communities in the 2023-24 mobilizing cohort, including Big Stone Gap locally. And then completion of this mobilizing curriculum is a new requirement for communities that are intending to pursue application for advancing designation. As similarly to the exploring communities, mobilizing communities are eligible for the Community Vitality Grant and the Financial Feasibility Grants, but the maximum award amount for the Community Vitality Grant does go up to $30,000 for our mobilizing programs. Top tier of the Virginia Main Street participation is Advancing Virginia Main Street. These communities have established nonprofit organizations led by volunteers that are committed to long-term implementation of the Main Street approach. Advancing designation is a competitive process and is contingent on national accreditation, so through Main Street America. There are currently 28 Advancing Virginia Main Street communities in Virginia, and they are eligible for the Financial Feasibility Grant, as previously mentioned, and an even larger grant, our Downtown Investment Grant, which currently maxes out at $75,000. So with every step a community makes up the Virginia Main Street participation pyramid, more resources become available to the community. In addition to grants, Virginia Main Street also provides a variety of training opportunities. We have a virtual Exploring Main Street interchange along with an in-person development ready workshop coming up later this month that might be of interest to you. More information is hyperlinked in the slide, which I've shared with Frank, so it can be distributed to the council. Additional resources include the Virginia Main Street page on the Department of Housing and Community Development website, dhcd.virginia.gov/BMS, and the Virginia Main Street website, which includes a blog and recordings of all of our past webinars, which I strongly encourage you all to take a peek at. We also have our program guidelines, which provides more detailed information about the information that I've shared today. And Main Street America has a discussion board, The Point, online that's available to all Main Street communities. Virginia Main Street team at the agency is led by Courtney Maley, our program manager, and there are 5 program administrators assigned regionally. I work with our northern communities, but that's because I am here today because we're in the process of filling a vacant position, and I believe that that person will be your point of contact in the future. But in the meantime, please don't hesitate to reach out to Courtney or myself if you need any help or have any questions about Main Street. I hope that this information has helped clarify what Main Street is. I think the key takeaway is that Main Street is all about leveraging your unique assets, and it's important to know that you're not alone. It's very much a collaborative community, and we're here to encourage and help our fellow Main Streeters. So this is a snapshot of all the people within our division, within the Department of Housing and Community Development. Please feel free to reach out to any of us if we can be of assistance. Are there any questions?
I have one, please, and then I'm sure other council members will have questions. The top or beginning levels, what, mobilizing? Is that what you called it now?
Middle tier is mobilizing.
What's the first tier?
Level is exploring.
Exploring. Okay, and that used to be called affiliate?
Correct.
Okay. Well, at one time we were an affiliate. Is that why we're in the first tier now?
That is correct. So we have documentation that dates back to, I think, 2006 6, I believe.
Yes.
Where you all were designated as an affiliate program within the Virginia Main Street structure. We adjusted our tier structure, and all of those programs were moved into the exploring level. And as I mentioned, exploring status is indefinite, but we're using 2023 as an opportunity to kind of touch base with all of our communities and make sure that they're still interested and want to receive continued information from us. And all we're asking is that you update your contact information from us and provide us a new resolution from town council that supports the local Main Street initiative, and then a map of your district.
Okay, thank you. There may be other questions, council. Anyone on council have questions? Okay. So Jan has a question.
Even though we are an affiliate, would we have to go back through the whole process and apply? And when do those applications open?
So yes, those applications are rolling, so they're open now and will be open and available at any time in the future. You are currently an exploring or, a previous affiliate level community, but now what we call an exploring community. You're currently an exploring community, and what that means is that you have access to us as a resource, and you can access all of our resources as needed. But what we're asking through this year is just for you all to reaffirm your interest in participation, and we'll keep you on our list. And in return, we'd like to see some updated information from you, including an updated application. It's very short. It's just contact information, a little bit about what you're hoping to achieve through Main Street, and just some background information. It's very easy, but the application is available on our website, dhcd.virginia.gov/VMS, and I can email it to you, but it's a very simple process, and I'm happy to help.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Jan. She was thinking along the same lines. I think probably we go back a little bit, and I think both of us were involved in our first attempt to become a Main Street community. And I wasn't familiar with the exploring level, but we used to be called affiliate, and we appreciate your being here tonight. So if council chooses to move forward, you need a resolution and updating our information. Is that correct?
Yes, part of our application requires a resolution from council supporting the initiative, and then also a map of the downtown historic district.
All right. Thank you very much. And is there anyone else who would like to speak up here on our screen?
Kelly's there.
Kelly?
Hello, I just wanted to say, some of you might know me from the planning grant, and what Blair is talking about would be in, companion with the CDBG downtown grant. And as Debbie said, those are due, last year it was June 1st, and it'll probably be about the same time this year. You'll be eligible for a 1.25 million grant unless numbers change. That's about the number that we have, and that would be a grant for facades and some streetscapes. So you could be doing that while you are reaffirming your exploring Main Street as well, and I would be able to help you all with the application moving forward, since I was your planning grant specialist for this downtown planning grant.
Thank you very much. So I'm trying to get this right in my head. We got two different things here, Main Street and the rehabilitation grant, but they actually seem to me like they work in tandem to support one another.
Yes.
Would you say so?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And probably if you're able to provide us that through email, and Clarence Monday, our interim manager, could distribute that. Is that possible? Okay. I think that'd be very helpful. And is there anything, I really appreciate your coming tonight. What you're talking about is making a better quality of life for the people here and encouraging people to move here. Thank you. Is there anyone on council who has any questions or comments regarding our DHCD grant, planning grant, or grant that we could get, and also the Virginia Main Street program.
I have a question.
Yes.
So in essence, what you're saying is that you have to begin the process of Main Street in order to apply for the planning grant.
Is it a requirement?
Oh, go ahead, Debbie.
No, is it a requirement? They just like to see the communities involved in Main Street. Is that correct?
That's correct. We don't require you to be a Main Street, it's not a requirement, but it is very, very helpful in an application. So it's not a requirement, but it's almost to a requirement, if that makes any sense.
The grants are competitive, so anything we can do. And two, the information they provide, I've been to a lot of Main Street meetings and stuff. It really talks about how a community can gather together and really decide exactly how they want to see things done. And, I work for the PDC, and I can be the project manager. If y'all choose, you can always go out to procure one. But if you choose the PDC, you don't have to procure. But what my role will be is work with these ladies, and we will put together an application for the 1,250,000. It's went up a little bit, which is great. But and that'll be over until the application is due, like I said. And so I'm here to help with any questions you have. We'll be working a lot together. I'll be talking to you folks a lot, and nothing will be sent until you all approve it. So that's I just wanted you all to know that.
Debbie, thank you very much. And I'm thinking if we need a resolution, of course, it has to be drawn professionally by our attorney. Would it be at our advantage if council were to direct by motion our attorney to draft a resolution? And do you have some suggestions you could share with our manager and attorney on the resolution?
I'm sure.
A template, maybe?
Send a template, like I know we could, yes, we'll be glad to.
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
Okay. There's a motion made. Laura makes the motion for the council to adopt a resolution to move forward with the Virginia Main Street program.
I'll second.
And there's a second from Jordan, is that correct? Yep. All right, there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this motion? There being no discussion, Amanda?
Okay, Doug,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan, and
Yes.
Laura.
Yes.
The motion carries. It is unanimous. Council, I think this is very important, and I'm so glad everybody's supporting it. Debbie, I would encourage our town to utilize all of your knowledge and information and time. So I don't know if this is appropriate or not. May we ask you to help us with this, as you suggested?
Certainly, we will be
Okay.
honored to.
Okay.
Mayor Curry.
Do I need to make a motion to appoint her?
I think it might be advisable.
That was my question as
Yeah.
well. I've worked with Debbie throughout. Mayor Curry and I have been in lockstep with the planning grant, and I think it would be incredible. So, Rick, if you don't mind, I would like to make that motion to appoint her as their project manager on this. She's done a great job so far and will help us carry through.
Okay.
And I'll second it.
All right,
Thank
Laura
you.
makes the motion and Rick seconds the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion to appoint Debbie as our project manager? I have one comment. She's tons of experience. You can't beat it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And expertise.
I have a lot of good folks that I work with, and we'll do a great job. We'll get the application in, and it'll be a great application.
I just want to share with the council and with those present, we've had several transitions here, and in that transition, Debbie contacted me, and we kept the ball rolling for our CBD grant. I got it. I'll get it right in a minute. Downtown Revitalization Grant. So I want to say thank you for that. There's a motion on the floor in a second. Any discussion? There being no discussion, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Okay, Doug,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
and Laura.
Yes.
The motion carries. It is unanimous. You have a new job. Thank you. Thank you very much. What a
Thank you.
pleasure. Ladies, we really thank you for joining us tonight, and we wish you well and hope you're feeling better. Thank you.
Thank you, and just very quickly, I love working with you on the planning grant, and I will be very excited to help you all with the application process for the actual construction grant. So thank you all for letting me work with you all.
We are honored and pleasured. Thank you so much. Thank you. Have a good evening. Okay, we're very appreciative for their help. Okay, next, we're on Roman numeral 5, C, update on library renovation. Debbie Roberts. Debbie, please come forward. Regina, sorry, Regina, my bad. She contacted me today to say that. I apologize for that, Regina. That's my mistake. We should just pencil in, it's Regina. Sorry.
It's perfectly okay. I appreciate the opportunity to come back and talk to you all again. I will say that there is no greater supporter of the library and books than would have been my mother-in-law, who is now part of the cloud of witnesses on the other side, Debbie Roberts. So it's okay. It gave my husband a good smile today. I said, look at this, they have your mother speaking. So
If only.
she has long been gone, but she collected thousands of books for the family. So that was interesting, Rod. I do not have copies for everyone, but I do have 4. So, I'll give that to Susan, that one to you, and then you can
We'll
make,
split it half and
you
half.
can
Okay.
make copies.
Okay, I'll put it over here, one over
Okay.
here. We'll sort of, put it in the middle. You guys can share, you guys can share. Is the same okay? Okay, thank you. Okay.
Well, we just have a couple more steps to be totally finished with Phase 1. And so I did this little project overview to tell you what we have done and to lay out the monies, which I promised several months ago to be sure to look at that. So it looks, if you look at the bottom, you will see that we have spent the grand total of around $183,613.85 for Phase 1 at the library. And so your $154,000 was the most of that. And we really, really appreciate you all partnering with us to get this project going. It's been something we've all looked forward to for several years. And so I hope that everyone is happy with what they're seeing. We have just a little bit left. We're waiting on a piece of scroll work to be crafted by Appalachian Mill Works. And so that is in the making. And then there's just a little bit more painting, I think, around the basement windows and a little bit left on the iron fencing and the concrete. And then other than that is the debris removal. And so we're working on, the windows are the big part of that that's sitting out there. And we're working on getting those moved to the Crab Orchard to have a fall-winter paint with the local artist and fundraise with those windows out of the library for the next phase. So we do have probably, I don't know, I shouldn't say a percentage, but we do have for Phase 2, we have the elevator, a large portion of that. That will be $142,000 just to purchase the elevator. So Mr. Huber, the architect that we're working with, he did work up a bid packet and put that out last month. However, we did not receive any bids on it. We had 2 persons who came, and as they were working it up, they had already come up to around $500,000 for that phase. So that's just a little bit more than we had expected. So we have stepped back, and Mr. Huber has recommended that we do Phase 2 in 2 parts. So we're calling it Phase 2A and 2B. Phase 2A being building the elevator shaft and getting the elevator in. And that is taking part of the director's office for that shaft. So we will have to move and rebuild the office on the other side. So that will be Phase 2A, to replace that office and to get the elevator in. And then Phase 2B would be the children's area upstairs. So we're very excited about that. We worked long and hard on deciding what type of elevator, because we wanted an elevator that was at commercial grade that would go up all the way to the attic for the children's area, for mothers with strollers, for handicapped, and for the staff who have to, work up there and take books, and it's just hard going up those steps doing that. So that is an exciting thing. Mr. Huber is rescoping Phase 2 right now, and we hope to have that out to bid within the next few weeks, and hopefully contracted by the end of this year. So if you have any questions, just give me a holler or contact Erica. I'll be back to give more updates from time to time. I want to give a special thanks to Gary Jackson for participating in our fall-themed Anne of Green Gables picnic and fishing. He had a great time down there in the river with those kids, and I wished all of us could have had that much fun. It was a very, very cold day, but the people that came really, really had fun and enjoyed that time. So it is something that has been requested by people who attended and by those who helped us do it, that we make it an annual thing. So hopefully we can. That's a beautiful piece of the Clinch River, and the town was very gracious to bring picnic tables, trash cans to help us get things set up. So we appreciate the town for, being involved in supporting the library in those efforts. So that was one of the funnest fundraisers that we have done while we've been working on this project. And so we're looking forward to the window fundraiser and then going into next year with Phase 2. So thank you all very, very much for everything. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you, Regina. Any questions from members of council?
I got one.
Yes.
Regina, did you say the elevator itself was 142?
The elevator, they got an estimate, and it is $142,000 is what they gave Mr. Huber.
Okay. So you're putting out for bid for the construction part of it?
Yes, and that, Mr. Huber is managing that, so that is the company that he had recommended. That may be something that can be, discussed as well.
Okay. That's all I had.
Thank you, Gary. Anyone else have questions for Regina or comments? Okay. Regina, thank you so much. It's such a worthy project, and that's another piece of Richlands that I view as moving forward. We really appreciate
Absolutely.
it. Thank you.
As I was listening to the Main Street things, there was a lot of discussion a couple years ago about kind of building a new library somewhere outside of the main street. But we all were very concerned about keeping the historical building that has been the library for so many years and staying part of the main street. It's just very important. So I'm glad that, as a whole, everyone chose to remodel and renovate this building to continue to be the library and to update it now with the elevator. That's exciting.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. It will play well for the Main Street. Thank you. Okay. Now we're on Roman numeral 5D, Team Venture, Carol Lawrence. Carol? Good evening, Carol. Good to see you. And Blake Ray.
Hi.
Right, okay. Go ahead.
This is Blake Ray. He's a member of our board of directors for the Teen Venture Center. And we're here to thank you again for your support over this last year or so. with our electricity and utilities, and want to ask you again for your support. We have been taking measures to make Teen Venture more sustainable so that, we would be able to do things on our own. But because we are a 501c3, majority of what we have is from grants and donations. So your support is vital to the success of Teen Venture and to support our teens and youth in this area. So Blake has some things he'd like to say.
Okay, thank you. Blake?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, so to preface this, we are not asking for more money. We're asking for more time. So back in the summer, there was a motion that was made to approve up to $3,000, or up to $3,000 in total, $1,000 per month to help with offset the electric bill. That final payment would be the October bill, billing in arrears to September. So the ask is, after the payment is made to offset the $528.75 electric bill, that puts us at a total of $1,868.58 that we've used from that allocation. So our ask is, with the remaining $1,131.42, if you could stretch that out for the rest of the year, it allows us to continue working on trying to generate more streams of revenue into the teen center. There's a lot of really interesting things that Carol Ann's been working on from a grant standpoint, and we just need more time to execute on them. So when you look at the average power bill for the last year, it's $589.37. And
Say that again, Blake, I didn't hear. I'm sorry.
$589.37
For the average
is the average for the last 12 months.
electricity?
Mhm.
Okay.
And so, when you look at the remaining balance of the 1131.42, if we could get an extension on that, it would give us about $565.71 over the next 2 months to make those payments, while the board and other volunteers continue to work and come up with ideas to help bring more money, more people, all of that into Teen Venture.
Okay. Thank you, Blake. So does council have any comments or thoughts on this? Anyone, please? What you're asking for is the money, as I remember it, help me out if I got it wrong, Carol or Blake. The motion was for electricity, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
You made a motion sometime back in the summer to
Right.
pay up to $1,000 per month. We're just asking for an allocation of more time.
For,
Since
was the motion for electricity?
only.
Okay.
Do you need a consensus or a?
We'll need a motion, I would think. But let me ask you before we go any further, so we all have a clear understanding. So what's left of the 3,000, is that right, is what you would like to use for electricity for 3 months?
Well, to help us get through the rest of the year.
So you want the remainder of the 3K?
The remainder of the 3K applied over the November due date and the December due date, whatever's left.
So apply it until it runs out.
Correct.
So you're not asking for.
We are not asking for more money. We're just asking for you to extend the time period in which you've already allocated the $3,000 anyway.
Okay.
Because we've only used $1,868 when the bill's paid on the 16th.
Okay. Is there any question or thought on it? Ronnie, I have a question. You might be able to answer this. I know there was some confusion, whatever it was, and we're not here to cause confusion or anything, about the electricity bill versus the whole utility bill. Have we got that sorted out?
Yes, we have.
Okay. Are your figures in line with Blake's
They are, yeah.
and Carol's?
I think it was $156 adjustment.
$207.67, or I'm sorry, there were two adjustments, one of $85.27 and one of $66.29. That increased and was applied back to the new bill due on the 16th of $207.67.
So yes, we agree.
You're in sync there?
Mhm.
Okay. So are there any questions about this? Let me read this a minute, please. 1 second. Let me read this. Okay. Okay.
I ask that the lease be included for us. The lease that we have with Teen Venture says that they will pay all charges for utilities, including electricity, fuel, water, sewer, telephone service, and garbage collection. I am going to be the bad guy again. I know I got raked over the coals for saying no the first time because we don't have that money in our budget. And we've got a contract with them that says they shall pay, not will or may. It says they shall pay all charges for utilities, including electricity. So, to me, you know, we also voted that we would cap ourselves at $5,000. We've went way beyond that. The money's not built into our budget, and when you look at the back and forth of this is going to raise the need, what's going to raise the need for money in town is going outside of our approved budget. So that's my thought on it. I would ask that we abide by the lease that we have signed.
Okay.
Could I
Thank
say
you.
something?
Yes.
We've already allocated $3,000. And when we hired the new town manager, on the budget was $120,000. We went up to $150,000. That $30,000 didn't seem that important then, and we went right out of the budget. You know? So
That's actually not what happened. We sat in that room, and if I'm wrong, Gary, Rick, Mayor Curry, Jordan, Jan, please correct me. We sat in that room, and Doug agreed to start at $130,000 salary.
And
Just a minute, please. One at a time.
what I'm
please.
talking about,
Just one
I'm
at a
talking
time.
about the budget. In the budget, there was $120,000 allocated for
go
the
ahead,
town
Doug.
manager. Okay, we went $30,000 without even thinking, some of them did, okay? So $3,000, we've already said pledged $3,000 to the teen center. And I don't think they're asking much at all if we.
Okay, I just want to add to the conversation. Everyone's entitled to say, obviously, what they think, and I understand that very much. I hope we can keep it just to the teen center and their request, because we could all pull in many, many things, and with due respect to everyone here. So the request is to allow them to use the remaining money from the $3,000, which was allocated by motion for electricity. So I think we would have to have a motion to allow this to happen.
I make the motion to allow them to use the remainder of the $3,000
For
electricity,
what was
Oh.
it, 3 months?
for the remainder.
Not for no months, just.
Just or whatever, how long it
remainder.
lasts.
So if it's eaten up next month because of.
Yeah, you're done.
Correct.
Okay.
I'll
All right,
second.
making sure the motion, Scott. Okay, thank you. There's a motion on the floor made by Jordan. There's a second by Doug.
I'll second.
Is there any discussion on this motion?
So I want to make myself clear now. It's the remainder of the 3,000. We're not extending any monies.
But this money has come from nowhere. We don't have it allocated. This was up to $1,000 per month. This money is coming from where in the budget?
Go ahead, Ronnie.
It would be the general unreserved balance, general fund.
Okay.
So that 3,000 is not already allocated in the budget, is that correct? It was just a month to month?
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments before we have a vote? Hearing no further comments or discussion, I would ask a roll call vote, please.
Doug,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
I'm saying yes to the unused portion.
and Laura.
No.
Okay. Motion carries 5-1. Thank you, council.
Mr.
And
Mayor.
thank you. We wish you well.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank
members
you.
of council, thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. Carol Ann, Blake, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're now on Roman numeral 5. Item E, authorize setting a public hearing to consider potential water and sewer rate increases for facility improvements as a follow-up from the October 2nd, 2023 work session. All right, so we have the minutes and that. I think we all should be aware of what we have done. So, all right, is there a motion to set a public hearing? I would assume at our next meeting, our November meeting. Let me check and see when that is. Just a second, please. That will be for a public hearing scheduled for November the 14th. Am I correct on that? You okay? All right. So is there a motion to set a public hearing at 5:30? At 5:30 for the second Tuesday of November.
So moved.
Laura makes the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Jordan makes a second. Is there any discussion on this motion to set a public hearing at 5:30?
What's the date?
It was November the 14th. November the 14th, Doug. Okay. Okay. Let's see, did we have a motion on that? I believe we did. Yes. All right, it being no discussion, roll call vote, please.
Doug,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan, and
Yes.
Laura.
Yes.
Thank you, council. It is unanimous. It is passed. Thank you. Okay. Next, we're on Roman numeral 5, F.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Just a minute, please.
Okay.
Roman numeral 5F, pavement line painting and reflector replacement bid award. Clarence?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and members of council, as you know, the town was launching an effort to get caught up on its paving and came up with a paving plan. And of course, to meet procurement, we have to bid out those services. And it's not just paving that we have to bid out. Of course, we have to bid out everything that's disturbed until we get to the final product. And that is typically broken into components. It's paving, it's milling, it's restriping the pavement and putting the reflectors down, paint the sidelines and everything that need to be done once fresh pavement is put down. Well, we've run into a lot of obstacles in getting everything bid out. That does happen from time to time with other localities chewing at the contractors and trying to get them deployed to their area to work. So what we successfully bidded out the first time was paving. We have a contract for that. Got an update on that today. Hopefully on Thursday of this week, they'll be able to give us a more definite date of when they're coming. They did apologize for not getting to us sooner. They've had some serious problems at the plant. I think they had a lightning strike, maybe a small fire, and some equipment issues at the plant is what my understanding is. But what we had to do is we only got responses back on the paving to start with. So we had to rebid out the other portions, which was milling, the line painting, and the reflectors. Well, we got a bid back for milling. You have awarded that. And we're waiting on the milling and the paving to start, as I mentioned. And then we had nobody to bid on the reflectors and the line painting. So we had to put that back out for bid a third time. Those bids are out on the street as we speak. And the bid opening for that is October 19th. So if you look at your next council meeting would be after that point, what the staff would ask the council to do is if you would approve, I got the recommendation written on your council summary in your board packet. What the staff recommendation is to approve the low bid submitted on October 19th, 2023, provided the bid is responsive and from a responsible bidder, and not to exceed the total program budget already approved by the council for this year's paving project. In other words, that will put us in compliance with procurement. You would not have to have a special meeting, and we would not have the authority to exceed the budget.
I have a question. Low bid, does it also take into account the best bidder? I'm asking.
Okay, it's a bid, so it is not subjective at all. The bid is completely objective, based solely on price.
Okay.
And in that, some of the words I mentioned, the bidder would have to be responsible and responsive.
Right.
And responsible would mean it could not be two people with a pickup and 5 gallons of tar in the back of their truck. So we would have screening criteria to make sure they are reputable and able to do the work.
Thank you, Clarence. Okay, there's a recommendation. I think we should put that in the form of a motion.
It's still early, and of course, we'll know exactly how many bids we get back at the deadline, and we would have to award it based upon low bid.
I'll make the motion that we approve the low bid submitted on October 19th, provided the bid is responsive from a responsible bidder and not to exceed the total program budget already approved by the council.
Thank you, Laura. The motion is made. Is there a second to the motion? Rick makes a second. Is there any discussion on this motion? This motion facilitates the process. Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Okay, Doug,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
and Laura.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you, council. All right. And thank you, Clarence, for the work. Okay, we are moving on here. Roman numeral 6, staff reports.
Can we take a
Update.
recess before we go into
Okay.
staff report?
Okay. 10-minute recess. Thank you. Okay. Okay. I'll move around.
Is he
Clarence.
badly hurt? Oh, so they're okay. Okay, great.
This meeting of council is back in session. We are now on Roman numeral 6, staff reports and updates. A, hazardous duty benefits for EMS staff. Kim Fields, HR Director. Kim, please come forward and share your information.
Thank you, Rod.
Thank you.
So, the council had requested that we inquire as to the steps and cost of the added benefit for the hazardous duty for the EMS staff. And so I reached out to the VRS and asked that very question, and their reply to me states, your agency does not offer hazardous duty benefits to your fire and EMS employees. You may contact your employer representatives for information on how to begin the coverage, and you can send your email, and it lists 2 different emails, and you may also contact our employer support team for further assistance. After I spoke with Clarence with my information that I had collected, this is what we found out, that the financial impact and funding source, we wanted to have this information for the council. The cost of the actuary study will be $3,000 and will be billed directly to the employer upon completion of the study. Each additional scenario, such as adding the 1.85% multiplier, will be an additional $1,000. Therefore, the cost of the actuary study to determine the employer rate for both the 1.7% retirement multiplier and the 1.8% retirement multiplier will be a total of $4,000 for the study. The cost to each individual is not affected if the enhanced benefits are made available. However, the cost to the employer will increase. The amount of such increase is included in a revised employer contribution rate applicable to the total compensation of all covered employees, not just to those for the enhanced benefits, and will be determined by the actuarial study. And so we won't really know anything until after we have that study done, and that's the information that I have for council to see how you all would like to proceed or not proceed.
So the information, Kim, you have to help me understand it.
Okay.
And thank you for the presentation. Until the study is done, we won't know the full impact. Is that what you're saying? Or is it
That's what I'm saying. They will have to give us like a quote of how much that it would be. Our rate doesn't go up, but every 2 years, like right now, we're in the down year. Next year in 2024, we will have like another bump in what we have to pay out as an employer side. The employee contributes so much, and then the employer contributes so much. And when they do that, it's the VRS that sets that for us, and they tell us. But it stays steady for 2 years, and then it goes into like an increase. And of course, hazardous duty benefits are more than what, like, say, mine are, because I'm not hazardous duty.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am. And let me ask questions from council. Anyone questions for Kim?
What, do you need a motion for that, or?
Well, what I need, Doug, would be like a motion, if you want me to move forward, because I didn't move forward. I didn't send out an email because I didn't feel like it was my place to, do that. So if you all want me to move forward to see what the quote would be to have the EMS, fire EMS people to be able to do the hazardous VRS, that benefit for them, or if you all don't want me to move forward with getting the quote.
Should it be a motion or consensus? What is your thinking?
You would need a motion.
Okay.
I'll make the motion to proceed with the actuarial study and bring the cost back to council for further consideration.
I'll second it.
There's a motion made by Lauren, seconded by Doug, to move forward. So is there any discussion on this motion?
I have one,
Gary.
Mayor. Is this for so many employees?
It would be like if we have like I think it's 6 full-time employees, and if it went down to, it's however many employees that we have, that's actual full-time EMS workers. If we go up to 8, then it would be 8. If we went down to 4, then it would just be 4. It's just however many people that we have employed,
Just for that department?
just for that department, yes.
Okay, I got a question, Kim. Like, how many full-time employees do we have at the fire department?
We don't have any at the fire department, but a lot of the people that are on the EMS, on the rescue squad, are cross-trained to be a firefighter, and so that's how they list it, as fire/EMS workers. But we don't have anybody that's full-time at the fire department.
So that's gonna cause a little problem, because we have nobody full-time, and they're gonna say, well, y'all just giving it to the rescue squad. You're not giving it to, so, what do you think, Clarence?
Mr. Mayor, this is a program that the Commonwealth of Virginia offers to various employees that are considered in hazardous duty occupations. And the ones that specifically would be applicable in this case, in addition to the police officers that already have that benefit, would be firefighters, and it would be our EMS employees that have firefighting responsibilities. Those 7 individuals would be eligible. And I know Mr. White had told me today, of the 7, 5 of them would qualify because they're at the full-time status. But by Code of Virginia, the volunteer firefighters are not eligible for this particular program. This would be the one we call the career employees, in other words, the full-time employees that I described.
Clarence, I appreciate that. Are we using the term volunteer now?
There, of course, any of our fire and EMS personnel, they're professionals, depending on the level of training that they have. They all have a professional designation. It'd be just a matter, are they paid or non-paid? And sometimes we use volunteer that don't get a stipend. Some of them get a stipend, and some of them are full-time career personnel.
The reason I ask, Clarence, is we used to call it the Richlands Volunteer Fire Department. We got away, not correcting, I'm asking. We got away from that because they're paid something for their service, so it's not really volunteer. I just want to make clear in my head the language. So if I'm getting it right, what you're asking, is it going to seem unfair?
It is unfair,
I'm just
because
asking.
half is not getting this, even though they're getting paid, then we're taking care of the rescue squad people and leaving the fire department out. I mean, I don't see how we can.
Does it
I
specify?
think what it is, and now correct me if I'm wrong, the law, I say the law applies only to full-time employees. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. It applies to full-time personnel only. And like Ms. Fields said, what the town does is they pay the employer portion of the employee's VRS, and then the employee pays the employee's portion of VRS. And remember, the volunteer personnel, the ones that are not paid as full-time providers, they're not eligible for this program under the law in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
And this has been promised to EMS I've been coming to the meetings for 5 years now, and it was promised to them 3 times, once with me being here, and twice by the previous council, and at no fault of, our town hall, you guys are just about, every one of you is new, so it's at no fault of you guys sitting here, but somewhere along the line, it just didn't get completed, and we're just kind of picking up the ball and where they were promised for years that this would happen, and it just never got done.
What I'm saying is, what Clarence is saying is, the firefighters really doesn't qualify.
Right.
But you're saying hazardous pay. Okay, hazardous pay, if you're in a burning house, it's pretty hazardous.
I don't disagree with you, but the law and the VRS won't allow us to do it. If council wants to discuss a full-time fire department, someone sitting on the public safety committee, I would absolutely be thrilled for that discussion. And then we can do it that way, but until then, it's
Let's
just.
get the study done first.
Okay, so do we have a motion on the floor? I kind of got lost in them.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I made the motion, Doug
Motion,
seconded.
and Doug made the second. So we have discussion on the motion. Thank you for helping make that clear.
Okay, could I say one thing?
Yes, you may.
Of course, I'm for this and all, but we've got a ticking time bomb. That is, we owe millions to VRS. And when we do our budgets, hopefully we've had it for like 15 years, and we've not paid very much to that debt. So the next budget, I encourage the council, you better do a good budget, and we better start paying that debt back to VRS, because that is a ticking time bomb, and it's going to hurt all town employees.
Okay, thank you, Doug. Any other discussion? There being no further discussion, I would ask a roll call vote, please.
Doug,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
and Laura.
Yes.
The motion carries. It is unanimous. Thank you, council. And Kim, you may move forward with this. Thank you.
And Mayor Curry, may I just ask a question?
Sure.
Whenever you get a chance, obviously you're not going to know it right now, can you explain and maybe send an email out to us of what the debt is? Because I heard that as a citizen, and I did a FOIA request to VRS and was told there's no, nothing that the town of Richlands owes. So I would like a little bit of clarification on that. There's no rush or anything, just when you get a chance.
I will
whoever.
find out as well, because I'll be honest with you, I'm not for certain where I take it from the employees, and then I pay the bill,
Mhm.
but I don't actually know what our actual, if there is debt.
Okay.
But I'll get with Amanda and with Susan to find out that information.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very
Kim,
much.
I assure you, there is a large debt.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm not saying that there is or there isn't, but I'll find out what
She'll
it
research it.
is.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, we will get that information for you. That figure is readily available. If we go to the town's audit, it's called an OPEB, O-P-E-B. It's a GASB standard. It's a governmental accounting standard. It's a pension liability is what it is, and it's a deferred liability. And Mr. Campbell can pull that information right out of the audit and give it to you, and give you an elevator speech on what that number really represents.
I can explain where it came from if you would like.
Well, let's let her do the research.
Well.
She-
If I can just tell you real quick,
she can funnel that to
it came from when we bought into VRS, and when we bought into it, the employees weren't covered. And when you buy into VRS, you have to pay a certain amount for the employees that you're bringing in, and we should have been paying on that for 15 years, and we have not. That's where it came from, Clarence.
Thank you.
Should we
Thank you, Kim.
recess to see that number real quick?
Let's.
Could we do that?
Can we wait until, of course, you.
No, it's up to
Go
you
ahead.
guys.
Well, it's up to the council. I would suggest, let's let her do the research so we don't on the fly pick out numbers from anybody. I would appreciate that.
I'll do the research and I'll get that information out to all of you all, and also we'll find out what that number is
Okay.
for you all as well, because I do agree with Doug. You had to buy in to so much because you had X amount of employees. I know that you had to do that, but I'm not for certain where that's
What the numbers
went.
are.
Yeah, it's way, it's way over $1 million. I think it's at least way over $1 million.
But we'll
Probably
be able
more,
to get that.
sure.
Thank you.
Thank
I wouldn't
you all.
dare venture a guess, but we'll
No,
take it from
yeah,
the
but-
paper. Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you
Thank
all.
you. Okay. All right. We're on Roman numeral 6B, outside agency funding requests, revised policy for review. Clarence?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and members of council, at the last council meeting, maybe the council meeting before that, the discussion started. The council was looking for a way to have a process for outside agencies that was requesting funding, so they didn't come in throughout the budget year and throw the budget out of balance from what you had already set up. The staff heard your discussions, and we think that we've captured the intent of what you said in your discussions, and Ms. Witt put together a draft policy for your consideration. The town already had an application form. So in short, what it would involve, if you look at the policy that we've put before you for your consideration is there will be an open application period that would be from January 1st to January 31st of each year. So any outside agency would submit an application for funding with supporting documentation during that period. And then the staff would bring all of those to you during one of your budget work sessions, and you could debate it. You could hear a presentation from them if you wish, and you could decide if you wanted to fund that organization or not. And then based upon the amount of money that you as a council approve, would determine what type of documentation that they have to show throughout the year on how they expended those funds. But again, this is only a draft. You got to be comfortable with it, and we just offering that up to you to help you memorialize what you want to do. Anything that you want to change, we'll be glad to make amendments to it. And then once you approve the policy, the staff would notify all the outside agencies that you funded recently and say, this is the new process, this is the application form, this is the period that you would apply, and then that way they're made aware of it. And the whole idea is to keep the agencies from hitting you throughout the year unless they have some type of unanticipated emergency, so you can stick to your budget. And I'll be happy to answer any questions, or Ms. Witt would as well.
Okay. First, thank you, Clarence, and thank you, Susan, for getting a proposal for us. Is there any comment or thoughts from council?
I have one.
Yes, Gary?
Did we put a cap on that yet?
We already did, but I didn't, but council hasn't
For the future?
abided by that. Yeah, we did.
Well, Gary, I think he's talking about the $5,000. What, Gary, I'm not sure if I'm answering it to help you or not. And when we set our budget for the 23-24 year, am I correct? We, in our budget, it's $5,000 to give away as the council sees fit. And we have given so far to a number of organizations, and I think Laura had said that one of our meetings was like $80-some hundred, so we were exceeding that. I can't recall, but I'm just going for what I remember, so I stand to be corrected. And I think, if I've got it right, this would be a form that anyone would get who would like to receive help from the town, assistance, monetary or in kind. And this would be sent to anyone who wants it, and if we enact this policy, I suppose, then anyone we've already funded will get this for next year. And while $5,000 was set for the fiscal year of 2022, 2023, 24, that can be changed with the next budget. So suppose we had a number of requests and council thought they were all worthy and that we could do it, we could put whatever amount we wanted to in our budget. And it could be more than 5 or less than 5, whatever. And we would act on that amount based on the budget we planned. Does that make sense? I hope. Did I get that correct? All right.
I believe so.
In plain language. I hope so.
That'll be planned in the next budget.
Yes, sir.
The next 23,
That's,
24.
yes, 24,
24,
25.
25.
Yeah, we already set. So that was a little confusing to me, too. So that came with the request from the veterans. So anyway, we're good. I hope that, did I explain it pretty easily?
Yes, sir.
I think you did.
All right, plain language, thank you. Okay, so do we want to act, it's a revised policy. Does council want to act on this at the moment?
I'll
So
make a
the-
motion. Oh, I'm sorry.
The only thing I'll add is, do we plan to advertise as well to people,
It
like
has
new
to be.
organizations? That's the only thing I am concerned about. Okay, that's good for me.
One correction. In the budget, it's got donations at 10,000.
Am I wrong?
Yeah, the budget was set, the donations were set at 10,200. And the 5,000 came after we donated the 3,000. Then somebody set 5,000, but in the budget that was proposed and passed, it was 10,000
Oh,
for,
okay.
you know?
23, 24.
We
Yeah, okay.
approved 5,000 and then moved 5,000 from community development that was supposed to be for community events, for like For example, with Freedom Festival, we did fundraising for that, and if we would have had access to that additional 5,000, maybe could have, we talked about doing like a fall carnival and maybe, you know, using 5,000 out of that, or with the,
Well, I'm just saying what was approved.
I think those are two different numbers, maybe.
Yeah, it was 10,000 approved.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think the 10,200 and the 5,000, I know what you're talking about, it's the bottom line of community development, we moved that to under council. I think those are two different line items. Now, I don't remember any more details, but I just reviewed that. You sent out something with the budget so far in our council packet, correct? So I remember seeing those. So I do think there are two different ones, but that's all I know.
Yeah.
they are, it's just, I assumed he's adding those two together, because what was actually approved was
No, I'm just-
5,000.
I'm just,
Doug, pass it over and let me
I
just
mean,
get
it's
it for a
just
second.
print.
It's okay.
Straight out 10.
I'm not here to do anything but just read right now. Let me just see for a second. And if there's confusion, we can clear it up.
What department is it under?
Okay,
Donation.
community and civic facilities donations, 10,200. This is yours, Doug, okay.
And is that in the revenues? Because
Uh,
there's also
it
a
is.
revenues page.
General ledger, budget report, account number, account description, fiscal year. Yes, and we've got it all added up here to be, Department of Community and Civic Facilities is 11,375. No, I'm wrong. 10,025, and down here for donations for 2023-24, it says 10,2. So it's a little confusing.
But
what
that's the
I-
total.
And in
we
the,
have to
if
check
it's,
it out.
if it's in the revenues, that's our estimated donations that people give to us.
It's
The-
not, it's in general ledger budget report.
Look at the first page, the council page. It's one of the first, I don't have it in front of me, but it goes, in the departments, council has its own department.
Well, all I can say, it lists everything down and it gives a total. It
Okay.
doesn't make any exceptions. It just says 10,200 for donation.
I'll ask, maybe we could, so for all of our clarification, we could, you've got a report here. I'll lean on Ronnie and Clarence for this, please. Clarification.
Mr. Mayor, Town Council, I do see a line in here, donations for 10,200 in the final budget. And
Is that what we're giving or getting?
That is.
That was the allowance.
That is an expense account, so that is what we're giving.
So, and that's separate from the 5,000 events, right?
Yes.
The events are at the bottom of the,
Council,
now it's at.
yeah, it was in
under the
community
Yes.
development.
Yes, so there we go.
Yeah, that's right.
I just want to make sure that I'm on the right page.
So which one is it, would be my question. Are we going with 5,000 or 10,200? Is that the question at play?
That is the question at hand.
So it is 10.2, right?
We've already capped at 5,000, but this, what we're holding doesn't have an amount on it. Because like Mayor Curry explained, we might get $2,000 in requests next year, or we might get 80,000. We won't know until that window is closed. And if we can fund 80,000 and we can do it, then we build it into the next year's budget, and if we can't, we don't. There's no,
I
number.
think all this began with Gary's question. So let's go back to the very beginning. Thank you, Gary. I would ask for a clarification. Maybe you could, we have it here, but for any confusion that I might have, you don't have to do it right now, Ronnie, but maybe at our next council meeting, could we make it very clear? Because I'm confused too.
Yeah, I can do that. I will show you what we've spent year-to-date as well.
Okay.
And it's probably in the reports I have for your packet.
Yes.
In the detail.
It's there, but I just, at this moment in time, I would ask for your help. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. I hope that helps everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So, is there any action that council wants to take? Do you want to adopt this proposed request application
I'll make the motion that we adopt the outside agency funding request policy.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor to adopt this request policy. Is there a second? And Jan makes the second. Okay, is there any further discussion on the actual request policy, not necessarily the amount, just the policy? Because we don't know the amount. This would take place, let me clarify. If we adopt this, would this take place, we could adopt it effective immediately, but I think it'd be more judicious to put it effective with our upcoming budget.
That would be July, though.
Yeah, this says January 1st. If we do adopt immediately, then we would go off of we would start taking those January 1st. Is that correct?
Okay.
And it would be for the next budget,
Okay, for the next budget year.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure that it wouldn't go into effect this moment. It's for the January 1st.
Okay, one question. Does that mean everything is decided in the month of January?
In the budget.
In the budget?
They'll start submitting
That's what I mean.
applications, yeah.
Would they all be approved in January? And
When we
not-
do our budget work sessions, we would approve or deny.
That's what I mean at the beginning.
Yeah,
They'll
it
all
would be
at the
before,
beginning.
before the budget's set.
Yeah, that's what I
We
thought.
might not see them in January, but whenever we
But
start the budget.
If somebody's not approved from the very start, they don't come in 4 or 5 months later.
Right.
Okay, I got you.
Just makes it kind of more uniform for
Okay.
donations.
I think I'm clear. Everybody else clear on what we're voting on? Takes a little clarification. Thank you. All right, being no further discussion, I would ask a roll call vote, please.
Okay, Doug,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
and Laura.
Yes.
The motion carries. It is unanimous. Thank you, council. All right, our next consideration is, we're on Roman numeral 6, item C, special event request, veterans events. Okay, I think we have that. Let me thumb through here and I'll get it. I'll get it. Special event request, it's an action item for veterans. Okay. All right, let's see. We received a special events request from the annual Veterans Day event to be held on November the 11th, 11/11/11, at the Police Department. Chief Holt has given his support and approval for the event as requested, as the event does not interfere with the operations and security of the PD. Financial impact and funding source not available. The requester doesn't ask for financial support. Recommendation, authorize the approval of the event. So if there any question on is there a motion to authorize the approval of the Veterans Day program on November the 11th?
So moved.
Laura makes the motion. Is there a second? 2 seconds. Who wants it? Gary, okay. Gary makes the second. Any discussion on this motion?
Yeah, who's in charge of the veterans program?
I don't know, Jan, I don't know, but I'm going to guess Pete Vance will be one of the people, because he's the one who had called and asked me about funding for the town, and I told him he would have to, before we hit all this discussion, the real recent, he would have to get an event application. So I'm guessing, but I don't know who's doing it. Okay? Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
The events committee will help with anything that needs to be helped
Okay.
with. And do you know whose name was on the, because I saw it, but I'm scared to say it if I shouldn't, or.
It was Ginger Branton submitted the application.
Oh, okay.
She did the paperwork for it.
Okay.
And I just explained to her that we would put it on this agenda, and I didn't anticipate, being an issue with a veterans event, of course. But she was looking forward to hearing the report tomorrow morning of your discussion.
Well, I think it's a very good thing. We've had a motion. We're talking about the veterans, anybody else? Okay, thank you. Okay, being no further discussion, I would ask a roll call vote, please.
Okay, Doug,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
and Laura.
Yes.
That's 105 years ago, 11/11/11. 11th hour, the 11th day of the 11th month. That's why we do it. Thank you. Okay, moving on. We're on Roman numeral 6, D, public auction of surplus property announcement. Clarence, or Ronnie?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Town Council, just wanted to give you an update on this. As you're aware, we did sell the 5 police cars, like I think we updated you last month on that. We've been paid for, and I think at any moment, if it hasn't happened already, they were supposed to take delivery of the other 4 with the, I think, the buyer out of Chicago. So that's probably happened. If not, it will happen in the next day or so. That was the first step to move the vehicles that could potentially be salvaged and still drivable. The next step is we have some smaller surplus items, non-vehicle, like computers, laptops, police equipment. We have reached out to get bids on those, and we end up only having one potential auctioneer to work with that was local. We called another one, and they were no longer doing it, or at least not doing it at this time. That particular company charges us a 10% commission. If possible, we would like to definitely move forward with that one because that auction is this Saturday, and we're supposed to bring this stuff by the 12th. So I think that one shouldn't be hopefully a big deal. It's just smaller stuff. The other larger pieces of equipment that I think are parked down that over there, that's not running or potentially not or inoperable. We plan to do that on govdeals.com, and there's a pricing option. There's a couple tiers. We have to choose one level because what they do, they share the commission between the buyer and the seller, and it's either like a 7.5, 5, 0, 12.5, something like that. So we have to choose one of those tiers before we move forward in putting those items on their website. So staff is asking for one, to declare those items as surplus, and then whether, which option, if anybody has a preference. If we think we can get more than 100 to even 500,000 for any one item, which I don't know about that. I don't know all the ins and outs of all that, what that stuff is worth. Then that would drive maybe option 1. Then because each increment of like 500,000 or so, you get additional discount on the commission. Or either you could do like 0, 12.5, with the buyer paying the whole 12.5. I don't know if anybody would, we would even have any buyers in that case. So we just need to decide on one of the pricing options, and then we can move forward with that piece of surplus sales.
Okay. Thank you, Ronnie. So as I'm reading here, the recommendation is, it's on the summary for town surplus property code revision. So we have it here before us. The recommendation is staff recommends that the council authorize the town attorney to set a public hearing as to the proposed amendments. So is there a motion?
You're on the incorrect
Oh,
one, I'm
mine's the wrong
sorry.
thing. I'm sorry.
I
I'm
did the
sorry.
same thing,
I'm
Mayor
sorry.
Curry. We've got 2 that are so similar.
Okay. I'm very sorry.
I did the same thing.
Well, thank you for making me feel good.
As I was sitting here, I thought, wait a minute, this is not what we
Yeah,
have.
I didn't have that one in my packet.
Well,
I mean, not in my,
We have a surplus code revision and then a surplus property announcement, and I did the same
I
thing.
want to
you did.
apologize for being on the wrong page.
oh, that's okay. It's kind of hard to
It's not
number.
the first time, but don't tell anybody. We're on TV.
Yeah, it's
All right?
kind of hard to number all these pages.
It's okay. I'm sitting with the stack of them, too.
Well, I
All
will
right.
make the motion to declare the items as surplus property and authorize the sale to the highest bidder.
There you go. The motion is made. Thank you. Is there a second to this motion?
I'll second that.
Rick makes the second. Is there any discussion on this motion?
Do you need to know the options that we do?
He does. How about the recommendation? Do you have a recommendation?
I recommended option 1 in case we do have a piece of equipment that might hit that range of 100 to 500,000. I don't know if that's the case. Huh?
I don't believe we have.
That was my question.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about
Right.
that.
You need to go down, you need to go up so they pay equal amounts.
So then that would be, if
The
you,
second one's probably the best.
yeah, option 2.
That was my only question. Do we have anything over, what's the
Yeah,
average
that-
list price and anything over 100K? So pretty much what Rick just said. That's what I thought, yeah. I was thinking 10 to 30.
All right, what is council's desire?
We didn't vote on the motion.
No, we have not.
Declare surplus property.
Right, we need to do that, and then we can talk about the second part. Okay, we have a motion and a second, right? All right, is there any discussion on this motion? Okay, this is for public auction of surplus property announcement. Being no discussion, roll call vote, please.
Doug,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
and Laura.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you, council. All right, then we need to discuss the options. Is that right? Okay.
What's option number 2? What was that?
That was where we pay a 5% fee and the buyer pays a 7.5%.
That's probably what we'll have to do to get it sold.
If that's as close as you get to being even, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say that's the best one. I'll make the motion, we accept that one right there. But
Okay.
we pay 5%, they pay 7%.
I'll second.
Specifically, it's the option
B2.
2. Okay, got it. All right, there's a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any discussion?
Once we decide on this, we have to stay in that particular option.
Yeah, you only get that election once a year, I believe.
Any other questions or discussion? Okay, roll call vote, please, Amanda.
Doug,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
and Laura.
Yes.
Motion carries. It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Okay, moving on, we are on Roman numeral 6E, monthly financial reports. Ronnie Campbell. Ronnie?
Yes, this is the best part. I thought what I'd do is, this is the same packet I presented last month, but maybe this time kind of go through some of the highlights, since we're only 2 months into the fiscal year, and we can talk a little bit about what we saw as net income for the month and year-to-date, and what we were seeing as actual and projected reserve balances, if that works for everybody. So if you turn to the second page, I have a summary income statement for the month by department. And it's, what we're showing here, we're showing the month of August, general fund, and if it's a bracket, it does mean it's a loss, but overall, the overall loss was 42,183, 99,735 year-to-date. And when I go through and look at the individual line items and the detailed income statements, which you have in your packet, I don't see any really identifiable permanent differences now. I do see timing differences, and that just, I think, is really a result of us only being 2 months into the fiscal year with these results. We'll keep monitoring this, and we probably won't be able to establish any trends until we get into the quarter towards the beginning of the third quarter. Once we start seeing some truly permanent differences, and it's not like a quarterly payment or something that we haven't received, then we'll start noting those for us to take action and research and make adjustments as necessary. So overall, water's fairly break-even year-to-date. Sewer is about 35,000 ahead on net income. Water sewer line maintenance, I would say that this one is tracking as it should, because it's not really, there isn't really a revenue stream for that one. Electric, 66,000 year-to-date, and I would note that the 10% decrease in rates we will not see until we look at September's results, so that's not in these numbers yet.
Ronnie, a question on the electric. Current month are 88,451, year-to-date 66,570. So that does not reflect the 10% rate reduction?
Right.
How about the other costs that we had, PCA, is that included in this? I'm assuming it is?
It is, because these are actual results.
Okay, thank you.
So,
this is going through August.
Yes, it's just for the 2 months. We keep the month open for almost a whole nother month to allow as many of the expenses to come in as we can, and to avoid having to do estimates and accruals and things like that. So we'll always be tracking about a month behind.
Okay, just like, excuse me, last month we made 88,000 in revenue.
This is net
In
income.
the, okay,
Yeah.
you're taking expenses out, okay.
Yeah, this
I
is
got
the
you.
net.
I got you.
I do have all that detail. I'm glad to walk through in small groups or individuals. We can start, reviewing these if you want to, and walk you through all the detail. But what I will do is, once I start seeing some accounts that are getting out of sync, I will note those in this packet so we can have further discussion.
So, one of the expenses in here would be shared expenses,
I mean, this,
shared resources, or?
yes,
Okay.
yes, that's in this number.
Okay, got you.
So, any other questions on this, the net income? Okay. If you go back to the back of the packet, about second page from the last page, you'll start to see the reserve balances.
Second from the last.
Yeah. Should be the last two pages. They're front and back.
Says reserve analysis.
Yes.
Okay.
So, looking at the general fund, in the first section at the top, we have the actual balances, reserved and unreserved, the total balance for the month. In the projected section, using the policy and our finance procedures, we look at we take a 12-month low, we look back for 12 months and look at the lowest it got. The $1,060,000 is just it's an entry we need to make in the ledger. It doesn't affect any cash or anything like that at this point, and it offsets in the other departments. It has something to do with when we paid the water and sewer department loans from the general fund's ARPA balance. But what's key here is the budgeted revenue. It looks at an average of 10% for the budget for the entire year. 10% seems kind of low for just only reserving 10%. And if we do that, that leaves a surplus of $2.3 million. But that's the current policy of 10%. And the next page is a similar analysis for the water department. And some of you folks may have seen this one recently. Once again, actual balances at the top, and then the projection considers 4 months of operating expenses and 4 months of debt service, showing a surplus of about $900K.
I was gonna bring up something later, but I can bring it up now. Where we paid the debt, what was the debt that we paid for the,
That's showing on the water department.
yeah, that was where we paid the debt for,
That's the
Thompson.
VRA debt.
Pardon?
It's the VRA debt, the loans with the VRA.
Virginia Resource
Oh,
Authority.
okay, okay, that's not the Thompson, okay, I got you, I can bring it up later.
Yeah, okay. The sewer department, going through the same type of calculation. Now, this one was showing a shortage of about $900K. And I believe that balance has been running at that level for a few months, or maybe until last year. And then the last page, reserve, is the electric department reserve. Got 1.7 reserve, 2.9 unreserved, total of 4.8 million cash balance. Running it through the projected calculation, we have a surplus of $154,000.
So the reserve's growing on the electric.
It's what?
It's exponentially growing.
No, I think it held constant for the last 2 months, because what happened is we had the outstanding AMP payment. It was at 3.3, it came down to 2.9 this time.
Well, no, I'm talking about over a year. A year ago, we only had like 1.9, so it's grown almost $1 million over a year, if you look back, as far as reserves.
Okay, yeah, so,
Yeah.
but we still need to consider where we're going to end up with the 10% and how long we let that run.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'm just saying the reserve's growing, but 10% will have an effect on that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we should start seeing
But
some
up
effect.
until the 10%, we were growing quite well.
Yeah. We'll see the effect of the 10%, and then also in this balance is also the effect of moving the power cost adjustment, removing that. So you'll have two things going on starting next month.
May I ask you 2 questions?
Yes.
First, on page 2442, Doug is right that there's another line item for 10-2 for donations, but there's nothing that has come out of that for this year.
Is that the 10-2? I think something was just paid in September. Is that right, Susan?
Yes, the cart.
The cart was
So
paid.
it just hasn't caught up yet?
Yeah.
On the report. And I had the same question he did about the ARPA fund paying off that loan. So when we approved the loan, it was, and this is just going to show my ignorance on it, but it was just said to us that it was the soft cost basically for what the engineering firm had done. And to my understanding, that was the only large amount for a loan that was approved out of ARPA. Is that it? I mean, because it did go to the engineering firm, but did we get that loan through whatever you had said, the Virginia Department of Resources? Is that it?
I mean, the way the auditors told us it should be presented was that we used it for salaries and benefits to help us indirectly pay for that.
Right.
That's how we were to label it. But there were I think we used some of the funds for some water treatment plant items as well.
Mhm.
I can give you a breakdown of where we are year to date if that would help.
Yeah, I mean, basically, my question is just where it says this is a result of paying sewer and water department loans with ARPA funds. That loan is what we paid. Chief Holt was here. You hadn't started yet, so I'm sorry. It's an unfair question.
It was what we paid Thomas and Litton.
Thompson and Litton. Okay,
Yes.
yeah, that's what I was, and I think
Yeah.
that's what you were getting at.
Okay, I was going to bring this up later, but I'll bring it up now. When we paid that loan off, how much was it? I mean, I voted to do it, and it was a good thing we paid it off. How much was that loan?
I believe it was $1,060,000. These numbers should tie
Okay,
out to that.
$1,060,000. Okay. We need to, when we paid that loan off, we paid the whole thing from Richlands, right? Okay, if you look at it, we paid, let's say, Cedar Bluff and PSA on 36% of that. So we paid 36% of that. That wasn't our debt. So I would like to make sure that we recoup that. It's $396,000. Recoup that when this project goes through, because the other two owe us $396,000 that we paid first.
Yeah,
So
there's-
we need to make sure when this project comes through that Richlands is reimbursed $396,000.
Yeah, and I agree. There's going to be, each entity is going to have a separate loan for their portion.
Mhm.
And
But we
this-
should have a credit of $396,000.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to
We'll
bring
have
up.
to settle all that once the project is complete, but these costs are already built into those numbers that I
Right.
shared with you, we shared with you like last week.
Sure, I just want to make sure we recoup that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they do pay. I asked the same question when we took the tour of the water plant. I said, why why are we paying it all if they own part of it? But you're correct, they are being billed, this is Richlands' portion of it, what we're being billed for. And then PSA and Cedar Bluff, they get billed their own separate, and that's on them to figure out how they're paying it.
Oh, I know that, but the whole 396 or around that, we'll have to make sure that we reimburse it when the project goes through because they're not being billed for that.
Doug, the way I understood that, when they went to do this, when we get the grant, that soft cost that we've had to pay is already in that grant. We get the whole whatever we paid back.
We get the 400 back.
No,
That's-
we get the whole what we had to pay total back. It goes in the loan.
I know, but we'll have to pay so much. The grant doesn't cover it all, so we'll have some cost.
This particular piece was covered by the grant, but the overall project is going to be split between the different partners.
Right.
Mhm.
This piece is, that
That was,
$1 million.
this was covered by the grant?
When we didn't move forward,
Okay.
it pushed that back, and we had to get a loan to pay that. So we
Oh, I know
had to
that.
pay that off. Now, once we done that, we'll get the million and something back when we go with the grant forward. The next step, we get all that soft cost back. That's the way it's explained to me.
Yeah, that's.
Ronnie, do you concur?
Yeah, that is an
But-
accurate statement.
But we've got 396,000 out there of ARPA money that we should be reimbursed later when the project goes through.
You get
It
it
will
all
be.
back, though. You get the whole $1,000,001 back from the soft cost because it was in a grant. The reason we had to pay that was we didn't move forward with the water plant and the sewer treatment plant. We get every bit of that back.
Oh, I understand that, but all of it, will it go back to the ARPA fund? I mean, if we get it paid back, we should get the lion's share of it. That 1.1, if we get it back, it should go back into the ARPA funds.
I mean,
That's what I'm
the costs are going to be shared between all the business partners,
But it wasn't shared when we paid that.
but we got that money back. It was the money we already had. If that's what you're saying?
No, what happened, we had to take the money, of course you know, out of the ARPA fund and pay that debt off. Okay, we paid it with 100% Richlands ARPA money. Okay? So we should, part of that, 36% of that debt was owed by Cedar Bluff and PSA.
Who were
So we
Jordan?
should get a 400 back to Richlands for paying the whole debt. That's what I'm saying. And it should go back into the ARPA funds.
And Jordan has a comment.
I'm good.
Okay.
I mean, do you understand, Ronnie, what I'm saying?
I mean, I know the total costs of the project are going to be split with our business partners.
I know, but we've already paid the line, I know it's gonna be split, but we have to take measures to make sure that when this project goes through, we paid all of it, which we shouldn't have. We should they should have paid 36% of that, and we paid 100% of our ARPA funds. Okay, we need to take measures and put a note down that when this project goes through, we'll get grants on it, but there's still going to be expense to Richlands and the two other partners. We need to make sure that we get that 400 back.
No, I agree, and I think once we settle all the total costs, all
Right.
that's going to be figured into our portion of the loan, their portion of the loan
Right.
as well.
Okay, I just want to
I
make
just
sure
wanna
that we're
comment.
reimbursed.
Doug, thank you for bringing that up. It's important. And Ronnie, you have a grasp of it now. And so I suppose that it would be in the town's best interest to make sure that happens. Thank you.
And is that going to be, because I'm going to try to interpret what he's getting at here. Are we going to have that $1,060,000? So I'm just going to say million, but we know the $60 is on there. Are we going to get that back in the loan forgiveness, or are they going to write us a check for $1 million? Because he's saying if they write us a check for $1 million, we better not give any of it to Cedar Bluff.
Exactly.
Basically.
I mean, it's shared, exactly. We should get our $1,060,000 back.
and we are getting it back. I'm asking, how are we getting it back, right? Because Rick is saying it's a grant, it's covered, we're getting it back. Is that just going to be built into the big loan, and that's why we have to raise the rates, because we want that loan forgiveness to get that back? So then that offsets our cost in the 20 million, or are they cutting us a physical check for $1 million to give it back?
They're not, I'm not aware of them cutting us a physical check. It's going to be settled in once all the construction costs and loans are established.
So it'll be offset in that.
I guess
Yeah, our loan will be reduced.
That's
That's
really,
what I was getting.
Thank you, both of you. Thank you for putting it that way, both of you. I think Ronnie's right. I mean, I don't know either, but I doubt there's going to be an actual check cut. I bet it's going to be back in numbers.
We're going to get a reduced loan, Doug, if that makes sense.
Pardon?
We're going to have, our portion of the loan will be reduced by that amount.
Okay, that's what, our part that we have to pay, other than the grant, will be offset by that 396,000. That's,
Right.
yeah.
It'll be all netted out in the
Right.
loans
I just
everybody
wanted to make
owes.
sure that, since you're new here, I just wanted, I wanted to make sure you were aware of that put a note down, make sure we're reimbursed.
Okay, No, that's fine.
Thank you, both of you. Ronnie, I think you have a little bit left, don't you, on your report? Maybe the last page I forgot.
I hit on the last one, which was the electric. I mean,
Okay.
otherwise it'd be going through the detailed income statements, and that might be worthy of a separate meeting.
That's a different meeting, yes. So are you
I'm good.
good?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
everyone for their participation and watching for the town. Okay, so we're now for Roman numeral 7, scheduled public comments. There are no scheduled public comments, but we have unscheduled public comments. And our first person is Barbara Cook. Barbara? Barbara, if you'll state your name for the record, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
My name is Barbara Cook, 264 Plantation Drive. Mr. Mayor, town council members, and staff, I thank you for the commitment that you have for the town and for serving as council members. I know you don't get paid very much, but it is appreciated. I don't want to do your job, I'll say that. But I do have a few things I'd like to comment on. One of them is thank you for helping out the teen venture for a little bit. One thing we need to remember as adults is that the younger generation is our up-and-coming new generation, the one that's going to take care of things, and we need to support them every way that we can. Keep them on a positive track through their life. The second thing I had down, I already crossed out. It's already been discussed enough. But the second thing, I watched the video or the YouTube from last week's meeting, and it left some memories in my mind of, do I really want my water coming from there? So it was good to see that the water department got the gold award as far as the quality of water. But it seems to me to be very important that the reconstruction or the facility improvements be done now. It's already past time for it to be done, and we need to do it now before it gets to be a major breakdown and there's no water, there's no sewer, and that could be pretty ugly. Sometimes, and it's not happened today, Laura's not gotten any messages saying there's no sound, but sometimes there seems to be a lot of IT problems in here. And as a citizen, not always coming to the meetings, but watching it on YouTube, it's kind of aggravating when you have to look through 3 YouTube videos to see one whole meeting. And maybe it's time to check the equipment. If the equipment is not in reliable working order, maybe it's time to have it repaired, fixed. Let's just get it done so that it's easy for citizens to watch the YouTube. Find the problem and fix it. And I always say this, but ending on a positive note, I think it's important that you need to work together, unified as a council. And I've said it before, but, remember, what is your vision for Richlands? What do you want Richlands to be like? And how are you, as a group and as an individual, working to make Richlands more attractive, not just to the citizens, but to future businesses? And that Main Street presentation seemed to be a very positive thing for Richlands. I think that it sounded good to me, and I think that sounds very promising. And lastly, this one's not for you all, but it's the ones watching on YouTube. Come to the meetings, get involved, listen, and see what's going on. Show Mayor Curry and the council members that you do care what goes on. Thank you.
Barbara, thank you very much. Thank you. And I will say that when it comes to the audiovisual issues that we've had, I think under his report, interim manager Monday can address that. Thank you. I appreciate that. We do value participation greatly. Okay, our next speaker, and I should have said this, Barbara, just you made it within a second. You had it down perfectly. Thank you. This is unscheduled public comments. There are 3 minutes. And our next guest is Anne Marie Burks. Anne Marie, would you mind to state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, I am Anne Marie Burks. I just moved here to 505 Kinsridge Road. I moved here from Richmond. My husband and I retired. He was a town butcher, and I worked with marketing director and public safety, worked with Governor Youngkin. And we moved here for safety, and I have been welcomed with open arms. Miss Jan White and I had lunch. Absolutely. Where I came from, my son and I live here, and it was extremely difficult living in Richmond. Here, I feel very safe. My son has been to Teen Venture, and I wanted to speak on behalf of Teen Venture because I have been there to help volunteer and help. And Miss Carol Ann actually gave me a tour of Teen Venture, and it is a really safe place. My son's graduation, a father and son got shot. We have led a very traumatic life in Richmond. So moving here has been safe, and the Teen Venture has been a really godsend for him to be able to go and hang out with kids, being able to go out in the open and feel safe. But there's so much to do there. I mean, there's the taekwondo, the boxing, there's the little cafe that needs help, but I'm going to help her with that. So I just want to say thank y'all so much for allowing me to speak, but Teen Venture is very much been a blessing. The school system here is excellent. The classes that they offer, the ROTC program, the college options are excellent here. So I appreciate you helping the Teen Venture. And Carol Ann has been wonderful for them kids there. So if there's any help that they need, it would be great if y'all could help her and the Teen Venture for the kids, for the safety of the kids here. So that's all I had to say, quick and easy.
Anne-Marie, thank you very much. We appreciate your speaking here, and especially your volunteerism in this town. And we have other people moving here from Richmond for very similar reasons. Thank you. I won't say names, but we know one very well. Thank you. We think we do. Thank you. Okay, this is a positive. Thank you so much. We need to put that, well, it's in the record. Thank you. Both of the people who've spoken here have offered so much from the community. Thank you, both of you ladies, very much. Okay, now we're ready for our attorney, Roman numeral 9, attorney report. Now we have town surplus property code revision. Mike, take it away.
Yeah, this is something that we ran into a couple months ago, but the Richlands Town Code kind of aligns with local places, but there's an additional thing as far as public auctions. You can do public auctions and say that qualifies as receiving bids. So we had talked about this at the last month, and council had told me to draft an ordinance to align with that. So I think you all maybe had enough time to to read over this one. I think I sent it sometime into last week, but that's an ordinance revision for you all to consider, whether you want to do the reading today or think about it more. That's totally council's decision. I just have a draft ready for you if that's what your desire is.
Okay. Council, what is your wish? This is for, to consider the property code revision. Do you want to set the public hearing first or have the reading? You have thoughts on that, Mike? Did I get it wrong? Says recommendation.
Oh, wait.
I'm on the wrong thing again.
All right, did you?
I think you're on the right one, but.
Oh.
We're on town surplus property code revision, but the staff recommendation says that the council authorize the town attorney to set a public hearing to the proposed amendments.
Do you have the same one?
I've got a question for Rory.
One second. Let me clear this up.
Well, and of course, council has the ability to set public hearings if you want to. Obviously, there's already one set next week or next month. But, I mean, if that's something that council wants to do, this is just a code revision as far as disposal of surplus property, so.
So do you want us to do the first reading now and then second reading next month? Is that?
Yeah, I think that would be appropriate if that's
Okay.
I'm
what
fine
council
with that.
desires.
Mike, would you mind to read that for us, please?
You can. This is ordinance number 02023-10-01. It's an amendment to existing ordinance. Title 3, Administration, Chapter 34, Public Procurement Policy. Be it ordained by the council of the town of Richlands, Virginia, that it hereby enacts the following change to the code of the town of Richlands, Virginia, pursuant to section 2.2-4300 et sequential of the Virginia Code and section 34.07 of the Richlands Town Code to update the town's process and procedures on disposing surplus property. Section 34.07, disposal of surplus property. Section A, B, and C all remain unchanged. Section D, all sales of surplus property shall be sold on the basis of competitive bids wherever feasible to obtain the highest price. A public auction or online auction at www.govdeals.com of surplus property will satisfy this requirement. The purchasing agent may require sealed bids in his or her discretion. A public auction shall require a minimum of 10 calendar days prior advertisement in a newspaper of general circulation in the town. Section E, if the cost of storage and sale exceeds the value of the item, then individual items may be scrapped.
So we've had a first reading. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Now, Mike, I'm looking here on the staff summary, and at the bottom it says recommendation. Do you see that? There you go.
So it's not a change to a tax or a fee or anything to that. It's just a code revision. Obviously, if you all feel comfortable, you can have a public hearing, but my opinion, my legal opinion on this one, it does not require a public hearing.
Okay. Does council want a public hearing, or would you rather move forward and have a second reading at the next meeting?
I'm fine with doing a second reading at the next meeting, and if people want to do public comment, that's fine. I personally don't think that something like this would require a public hearing. That's
Okay.
just me.
And that's his recommendation or thought. Any other thoughts on this, council?
I think we should listen to the attorney.
So we will move forward, and we will have a second reading at the next meeting. Okay. All right.
I also prepared the IDA name change last month that you all had requested for that name to be changed. Under the Virginia Code, it's the same code section, it's 4903, whether it's B or whether it's C, that a town creates. And an industrial development authority, or an economic development authority. And of course, the code section actually doesn't say or, it just says section B, town can form an industrial development authority. Section C, town can enact an economic development authority. So what other local towns have done is just made it into one. There's no restriction on that. So what I've done is the current code just amended that to include it from just industrial development authority to an industrial/economic development authority.
Mike, does that, how does it affect their bylaws?
At this rate, it doesn't affect their bylaws at all. I went back and looked at the IDA meeting, and their minutes actually said they just wanted the name change. It doesn't affect their bylaws at all. That's something we can cross that bridge later, but when I pulled the bylaws, I think they're authorized under 15.2-4900 at sequential, which gives you all the authorities of Industrial Development Authority, which includes an Economic Development Authority. So I wouldn't imagine the bylaws would be too difficult to amend if they needed to be amended.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So do we need to vote to do that?
Yeah, you have to actually do it by ordinance to establish one. So I've got the ordinance drafted there. I apologize, I sent that. Time's running all together. I can't remember if I sent that yesterday or
Recently.
today, or and I apologize for that. But it's a simple change. All it is from just industrial to industrial/economic.
Mike,
That's in
let
the
me ask you,
title
sorry,
and
was
in
that the one I asked you about if we needed to act as an emergency measure?
Yeah, that is. And
Okay.
I
And
wouldn't
you said
imagine
not
it would be
necessarily.
another.
Okay, you want to have the first reading, please?
Okay. All right. This is ordinance number 2023-10-02, amendment to existing ordinance, Title III, Administration, Chapter 30, General Provisions. Be it ordained by the Council of the Town of Richlands, Virginia, that it hereby enacts the following change to the Code of the Town of Richlands, Virginia, pursuant to Section 15.2-4903 of the Virginia Code and Section 30.05 of the Richlands Town Code, to update the name of the Industrial Development Authority of the Town of Richlands to become the Industrial/Economic Development Authority of the Town of Richlands. Section 30.05, Industrial/Economic Development Authority. Just for note, that is a change of the title as well. Section A remains unchanged. Section B, the name of the political subdivision of the Commonwealth created hereby shall be the Industrial/Economic Authority of the, oh man, I missed a word. That should be Industrial/Economic Development Authority of the Town of Richlands. So I would request that change there. And I'll have that by the next meeting.
Okay. So will this suffice as our first reading, Mike?
Yes.
So we've had a first reading of this ordinance for the name change. Is there any other question about this for our attorney? Okay. All right, Mike? Next.
Brits Park MOU. I sent a draft last week. I had various council members submit changes. I incorporated the changes that I had received, and I sent that back out today. I don't know if everybody had the chance to look at it. I sent that maybe about 3 o'clock today. So I do apologize for that, but I wanted to incorporate everybody's changes that had been submitted. So I believe that's ready to go. Of course, you all can make your approval on that, give Clarence the ability to sign that on behalf of the town and the mayor as well.
I'll make the motion that we authorize the mayor, town attorney, and town manager to execute the MOU.
I just now am seeing it, Mike, so I haven't had time to look at it. Let me read it really fast. It's fine. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? And there's a second from Rick. Let me just read really fast here. Okay, we've added a date, and we have talked about insurance and liability. There's a motion on the floor and a second to adopt this memorandum of understanding between the town of Richlands and God's Rock Stars. Is there a motion and a second? Is there any discussion on this motion? There being no discussion, I would ask a roll call vote, Amanda.
Doug,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
and Laura.
Yes.
The motion carries. It is unanimous. Thank you. All right. Now, town manager report. Clarence?
Mr. Mayor and members of council, first thing I want to do is apologize to you. Right at the beginning of the meeting, you noticed that I was doing something that I never do in a meeting. That was text during a meeting, and also I stepped out to take a phone call. But I'll explain to you and the public why I did that. Right when the meeting was starting, I got a telephone call that one of the town's fire trucks was involved in an accident out on Kents Ridge Road. And I found out over the course of a few minutes right after the meeting that the tanker truck was probably totaled from looking at the photographs of that. Two of our volunteer firefighters who were unselfishly given of their time received some form of injuries in that accident. And as of a few minutes ago, they were still at the Clinch Valley Medical Center going through some testing and being checked out to make sure they're okay. So, my big kudos to our volunteers and our professionals that are out there keeping us safe. It is a dangerous and sometimes a thankless line of work. But my thoughts and prayers are certainly with those firefighters. Fortunate, no innocent people that were riding around were injured or anything like. But, Mr. Mayor, if I could just ask you for a minute maybe to have a moment of silence for our volunteers for their safety and well-being.
Absolutely. Let us stand for a moment of silent prayer, please. Let us pray. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council for helping with that. Have a few things in my report. No particular order. Some members of council asked the staff to take a look at a gate that is on South Center Street, right behind Food Line. Those of you are going to know a lot more about it than me, but there used to be a gate that was across the end of that road right at the rear of the grocery store. I understand from talking to some of my staff and some of you as well that that gate was closed to where it did not allow you to go from that alley behind Food Line onto this state-maintained road of South Center Street. A resident in that area had some concerns about that and wanted the gate closed off. And I will tell you that it's taken us a lot of research, and we're still not finished with it. It's a pretty complicated matter. Before we can go out and close the gate, we got to make sure, first of all, who owns the gate. We have requested some GIS information to look at who owns the parcel where the gate is. We also have to look at any highway regulations that we have. If the decision is made that it's in the best interest of the town to close that gate back again, we'll have to, of course, mark it appropriately from both sides. And something else that you all have to think about as well is, when you have a main thoroughfare that people get used to for a period of time, there may be those that call to complain about you closing it off. And also, anybody that comes from the end of South Center Street to where the paved portion is, and they get there and find out the gate is closed, guess what they're going to do in the driveways of the people that live closest to that? They're going to turn around, maybe necessitating phone calls to that. So my point is that we got a little due diligence to do to make sure legally we do the right thing and that we think it through. And I just ask for the citizen that's been calling you and town hall and so forth, asking about it, we really are taking it seriously to make sure that we get it right. The grapple truck that the council approved has been received. The staff did receive that in a few days ago. We do have it now. We're getting it licensed. We're getting it insured. And we also know that we got a lot of catch-up to do in our neighborhoods to get brush picked up, to get mattresses and items that's been abandoned there for a while. And the staff will be working as diligently as they can to get back caught up. And I wanted to say to the council, thank you so much for approving that expenditure. It is good for the town staff to have the resources that they need, and we know the citizens are wanting those items picked up expeditiously, and we will help with that as we can. I would like to introduce to you the new Parks and Recreation Director for the town of Richlands. Miss Jessica Lawrence did a really good job, in my humble opinion, the time that she served as the director. When she notified me that she was cutting back to part-time status, we were really taken back by that, of course, because she has done a good job for us. But she graciously agreed to stay on in a part-time capacity, not only to work as one of our part-time employees, but also to help train the new director. Many of you in this room will know the replacement for her. I'd like to introduce to you Mr. Anthony Cox. He's probably coached everybody in the town. If not, I'm sure they will meet him soon. So, Mr. Cox, if you could just maybe stand up, let the people at home see you if they don't already know you, and he'll be getting acclimated to the process. Thank you, Anthony, for being here. We did have some qualified applicants apply for the position, and of course, your very own Mr. Bales was a part of my interview panel in that, being on the Recreation Committee. I've always taken a team approach to interviewing and selecting department managers and making sure that we have input and not just who the manager wants. But Jordan, I know you put in a lot of time, and Ms. Fields did as well in helping us make that selection. So just want to give you that report so you would know your new director as he's learning his duties. And last but not least, I do appreciate the feedback that we got at our last business meeting about the broadcast equipment in here and the quality of the sound when those meetings go out. That's one of the biggest advancements in my career that I can say as far as public access to knowing what's going on is to be able to watch those meetings at home. I know when I first started going to these meetings, if you didn't attend, you didn't have the newspaper there or a TV camera, it was hard to tell what was going on. But I do think that people watch, appreciate, and expect those meetings to be held. And once we started hearing the feedback at the last regular meeting, Frank started working on it immediately and trying to assess the situation. And I do not claim to be an IT expert or even a novice at all. But I just wanted to tell you that some of the things that's been done so far to address that problem is Frank and Steve, they have updated all the software and the firmware on all the electronics, hoping that that would take care of the issue. The feedback from the work session was better, and Frank reassures you and the public that the only other thing that we can try if this continues is to change the software we use to stream to YouTube. And I know that streaming sometimes goes smoother than other times, but we are addressing and have addressed what we could, and your continued feedback will help us know if we've solved the problem or not. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Clarence, thank you. Barbara, I hope that helps. I knew this was coming up because we'd gotten a little information about it, so your comments were well received, and we want to thank you and Frank for helping resolve the issues. I also want to take this moment to welcome Anthony Cox. If I tell you how long I've known Anthony, it will reveal too much about both of us. But I want to compliment him. I know very little about his whole life, but what I know is all excellent. I think you're an undergraduate, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
I think that speaks volumes.
UVA-wise as well.
I'm sorry?
2 degrees, UVA-wise as well.
Thank you. Is that where you have a master's or
Business was from Emory, my thesis was from UVA-wise.
special ed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I worked with Anthony at the high school in special education. He was really great with the kids and the parents in meetings. I can speak personally to that. and there's no question about his qualifications as far as athletics. And I think people skills, it's very important. I personally have witnessed that, not at the rec park, but in other areas. So I want to welcome you personally and wish you the very best. And I would think it'd be appropriate, if you don't mind, to come up here and we'll have a picture. Come on, please. Kim, would you please take a picture of us? Let's go. Stand right up here. Come up here with us, Anthony. You're a new employee. We don't always get this opportunity. We'll all stand and welcome him, please. Come on. And come on. Thank you. Jordan, very much thanks. Come on. It's an honor. These are not always, height was a gift. Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Okay, would you take a picture of us, please? Okay. Here, just, come on in. You're good. A new employee, a special department too. Yes, rec, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks,
Thank you, sir.
Welcome. Very glad you're here. Thank you. Okay. Those photo ops are really nice to have. Thank you. And thank you, Jordan, for also participating in this selection process.
Definitely a team effort, can confirm.
Good, good. Okay, we have concluded the town manager report. Council, would you like to go on? And I'm going to do a little break at one point, maybe right after mayor's comments, before we go into executive session. Is that satisfactory with everyone?
It's fine, or if you want to do it now.
If we can do this, we'll get, say, it's okay. All right, so we have council member reports. Laura?
I've got quite a few things tonight. First, wanted to apologize for my phone usage as well. Mr. Monday explained why, as it was going on Facebook, people were concerned and blowing phones up here of what happened and asking questions. Second thing, we at some point, the community development, whatever we were calling it at that point, had gotten some, I don't know what you call it, like stand heaters, and they were on a grant. And I'm wondering where the heaters are, because I thought it would be nice at the Christmas parade to have heating stations. So if whoever can look into where we put those heaters, or I think we were loaning them out at one point to businesses in town. That's just been a few years ago. Next thing, I really did not want to address, but have always been the person that would rather just lay it out and let citizens kind of know what's going on, what we're thinking up here, so people are on the same page. I've kind of had a lot of people, and I spoke with someone from out of the area recently, and I was asking them, you know, why don't you move your business into downtown Richlands? And they said, because of your Facebook. They said, you guys Google Richlands, and these Facebook posts pop up of people fighting, and is this true, is it not true? And they said, I don't want my business associated with that. So that said, I really did not want to address the town manager, the new town manager, and the salary discussion. I've quoted my husband multiple times tonight, and he always jokes with me that I never listen to him, but he would be proud of me tonight to know that I do listen to him. I won't tell him I do, but he always tells me how important our attitudes are, and tells my children, you get what you look for. You get what you look for. If you're looking for doom and gloom, that's what we're always gonna be finding, because we're always trying to look for something to validate our own train of thought. We had a discussion, and we publicly advertised, and nobody up here was opposed to it, of a starting salary of $130,000. So that decision was made because I myself looked at the towns around us, and the lowest paid manager around us is being paid $130,000 a year, well, $128 and some change. And the group that we hired who came in, and explained this to us, told us that 130 is pretty base for what we are asking for, and just in town manager in general. So we found someone who went above and beyond what we were expecting, someone who has a vision and a love for Richlands, who after I spoke to him, I said this when we appointed him, after I spoke to him, I was re-energized about Richlands and the direction that we were going to go. Another thing to consider is the places around us. I think from here to Danville, we are the only municipality until you hit Danville, Martinsville area that has 3 utilities. We have water, wastewater, and electric, whereas the places around us who are paying 130 only have 1 utility. They either have water or wastewater. So we're asking someone to oversee over, I think at my last count, was over 100 employees. We're asking them to oversee this huge economic development project. We're asking them to oversee 3 utilities, and 150 is a heck of a deal for what we're getting, because another thing my husband always talks about is return on investment. Anytime you play the stock market or buy a home, the house flippers or whatever, you're always looking for what you're going to get in return of what you're putting down. So we are looking at this person and saying, this is what we're offering you, and here's what we want in return. And we have a pretty big list for a town manager to, like I said, 3 utilities, all of the employees. We're expecting economic development. We're expecting new business attractions. We're expecting a lot. And this person has come to us and said, oh my gosh, I can do it, and I'm excited to do it, and I love your town. So what I'm choosing to focus on is, I said to Ms. Fields earlier, we have just about a brand new town hall. We've got a new rec director, and that's nothing against the previous people who were here, but Richlands has a clean slate right now. We have a brand new start, and how we move forward as a community of we're going to welcome this person in and encourage them and say, we're here with you, let's move forward. Or as a community, they're going to look at themselves on Facebook and see, why are we paying this person this much? Well, we shouldn't be doing this. Well, let's pay somebody $70,000. And if we want to kill someone's spirit, we're going to continue in that direction. But if we want to move forward and be hopeful in town, that's the direction we need to go in. So that's what I want to say about that. Now on to my great hopeful things of my report. I'm going to let Jan speak about, when she gets to her turn, about the Christmas parade. I'm on the events committee, but we've had 2 Christmas parade meetings, and I was out of town for both of them. So I have to thank Jan and the events committee who saw that I was not able to come to these last 2 meetings, and Jan has taken lead on that, and the events committee has stepped up, and they are doing incredible things. So I'm going to let Jan talk about that parade in her report, but just have to thank her for that. Richlands Police Department is having a police gala on December 2nd. Tickets, I believe, are $55 for one or $100 for a couple. It's going to be held at the Tazewell County Country Club, and all of the proceeds are going to benefit their Shop with a Cop program. It's going to be a great time, and if you can't attend, I would ask anyone interested to donate a ticket, because we have places that the extra tickets are needed and can go, and that's going to benefit the community. Also, we had CNX Gas welcome their groundbreaking here at the Richlands Professional Building. It was a huge day, and everyone who spoke, we had Mayor Curry, Jan was there for Seth. I think Jordan and Gary were there. Rick was even there working. I mean, it was a big, big event. The people from the county came. We even had the Deputy Secretary of Commerce was there. It was a huge deal. It is a huge deal for Richlands. I want to welcome them and thank Seth and Amy White for their contribution for believing in Richlands enough to literally put their money where their mouth is and invest into Richlands. You're talking about an initial investment of $900,000. That building's being renovated, and everyone who spoke talked about what a positive thing this is for Richlands. Someone actually said that a few months ago they thought the sun was setting on us, but as we stood there that day, they knew that it was a brand new day, and we need to take that opportunity and run with it. Another thing is I want to call out to the EMS workers. Captain Whited just received an EMS grant for $15,373, a community foundation grant for a Zodiac rescue boat. One thing that has been happening in all of our departments, but we see it a little bit more in public safety, and I'm on the public safety committee, so I'm more dialed in there. But a lot of our equipment and things are either outdated or not really, maybe someone bought it and there was a use for it at the time, but really not applicable to what we're doing now. So they got that $15,000 grant for a Zodiac rescue boat, and it is going to help with any potential flood rescues. And the last thing, I believe this is Mr. Monday's last meeting with us as our interim manager. Another thing, another thing people said, oh, this cost and everything, but I have to say, and I was one of those people, and I have to say that Mr. Monday been worth absolutely everything, and if that taught us any lesson, was that you really do get what you pay for, and if you want quality, you're going to pay for it. I want to thank you because you've taught me a lot as a person. You've taught me a lot as a council member, as an elected official. You have brought clarity and maturity in my relationship with you, and taught me a lot about how local government works. And I'm really going to be sad to see you go, Mr. Monday. But I want to thank you for everything you've done, because some of the policies that you have helped put in place here are going to stay with us, for the foreseeable future. So I just want to thank you and acknowledge that. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Laura. Okay, next, Jan.
Oh, I too want to thank you. I know I've worn you out sending you emails, asking you questions, but you've been so gracious and answered every one of them and filled out work orders for things. So I really appreciate what you've done for us. And on one of those, that electrical pole at Hill Creek, did you get any feedback on that?
No, ma'am. I don't know the status of it. I know James has been out sick, but we'll find out what the status is, and I'll let you know.
Okay. All right. And basically, most of my other things have been answered tonight, but I do have a little info on the Christmas parade. Of course, it's December the 1st at 6 p.m., lineups at 5:15, and we have the applications. We have them in Town Hall. Jordan's going to distribute some to the schools, and I have them at my shop, the Emporium. And the theme, of course, is Elf on the Shelf. But any group or church that would like to do the traditional Christmas theme, we invite you to do that if you wish. And we are not charging. We chose not to charge for the floats. So that made a lot of people happy. But that's all I have. If you have any questions on the parade or whatever, you can send them to me, Susan, and I'll try to answer them.
Thank you, Jan. Okay, Jordan?
So I also want to echo, it's been fun working with you, Mr. Monday. It's truly a pleasure to work with somebody who's a master of the craft. You've taught me a lot, I will say this. So for events coming up, the Fall Festival at the police station is October 28th. I believe it's that morning. I don't have exact times. Trunk or Treat is October 28th from 3 to 5, so I presume the Fall Festival was before that. And then our neighbors in Cedar Bluff are having Halloween Town from 5 to 9. So come get some candy. I'll be there. Come say hi. And then if you would like, head on over to Cedar Bluff when you're all jacked up on sugar. I've received 3 separate complaints over the past month about people speeding on Crestwood Drive. I've also seen it's getting better since winter's hitting, but I've also seen a lot of kids out on bikes. So if we could talk to the correct people and get that to maybe cease. It happens about every year or so, and everything calms down after about one ticket. So if we could do that again, that would be amazing. I have also been talking to several members of the business community. I've gotten to know a lot of them over the past couple of years, being in business myself. We all would love to work together, and every time I walk in there, they always talk about how they want to work with the town. And several of them have proposed, I don't know if a Chamber of Commerce is the correct word here, but they would like a business community that the town backs and partners with. I don't know what that looks like. I'm not sure at all. They likened it to Tazewell Today. I realize that's not what Tazewell Today is. But I said I would bring that up, and we would look forward to it. We used to do things around Black Friday, which Small Business Saturday follows. We used to do events where we would around and like offer them for each business owner to give donations, and then we would put something on at the town, and we would just draw people into their businesses on that Saturday, and they really, really appreciated it. And I don't think we've done that either last year or the last 2 years, and they're upset, which they should be. They're community partners. So I would ask the council to help me come up with something to do, and to see if you all would be interested in backing something like that.
If I could speak to that.
Yes, please.
I've talked with several of the business people. We are planning to do something
Okay.
on Small Business Saturday, but I was trying to get through the parade stuff first.
Understood.
So
Okay.
anyway, we are going to work on that.
Okay, awesome. And I will pass that along. And like I said, if there's something, I'm sure I can talk to the IDA if we want to get something together and try to get with the business owners, even if it's just a monthly meeting. We don't have to call it anything to begin with. But if the town, I just think if the town could show them some faith, it would mean a lot to our community partners. So I'll leave that there. We can discuss it next meeting. I do have another, one last thing. This relates to the Recreation Commission. I would like the council's approval to get Mike to help me with negotiating the MOUs for our fields this upcoming season, as well as being able to charge at Williams Park. That's always been an iffy thing, and in order for the VHSL to allow sports to be done there, you have to charge at district play. And it's always been a gray area. We've done some basic research, but it's beyond my scope at this point. So I would like the consensus to have Mike help me with those things.
Williams Field.
The senior league field beside the water treatment plant.
I think it's a
Craterville.
stimulation in the property.
We've already looked.
It's not.
It's not in the property. That's why I need his help.
I would suggest, Jordan, I think it's a good idea that we rely on our attorney to
Yep.
work with you on that and report back at the earliest convenience, perhaps the next meeting, if it's possible.
Do I need anything else?
No, and I will speak for that.
Yeah.
Jordan did send me an email, and I wanted him, or I wanted really council's blessing to say, is it all right if I do this? Because I didn't want to look like I was just working for one council member. I want everybody to be on board with that. So just wanted to make it known that I will be helping out in that.
Consensus of council?
Is that good?
Everybody in agreement?
Yes.
Okay.
Awesome.
Move forward.
And that's all I had.
And
Thank
Jordan,
you.
there used to be, what was it called? Small Business Alliance?
Yeah.
And then I don't,
Yeah.
I kind of know what happened, but. Yeah, and then we had some new town administration, kind of got lost in
Yeah.
the shuffle, but whatever you need from, however we work that out. If
We
you
need
know.
buy-in too. We can't just do it all. They got to meet us halfway.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what I've told all of them. And I think they're all willing to do that. It's just a matter of we have to meet them halfway.
These are businesses.
Yes, all those small local business owners.
Whatever you need from me.
Okay,
I'll
awesome.
help
And
you.
I will pass that along, and like I said, we'll keep moving forward with it.
Thank you, Jordan. Rick?
To go back to what Jordan was talking about, I think it would be great to have a small business alliance here in the town of Richlands. And maybe when the new town manager comes, we can get him involved with it a little bit and get this formed and get it working. Potholes in alleyway, I told you about some more, but I've got a few more calls. But I've been so busy, I can't remember where they're at. I'm just sorry about that. The paving, do they think they can get it all done this year?
Great question. I asked that today when I was talking to George to make sure we're on track. And the paver told him on Thursday they're having a staff meeting and they're going to talk about their schedule and let George know back, and then I'll share that information with you once I hear back. But, we approved the bid on the basis that it would be paved this year, and
Right.
they know that we're supposed to be on the fall schedule.
Okay. Grass mowing, how many more times will we be mowing grass, you think?
Of course, depends on the cold and the frost and everything else. Most likely a time or two. Could be more than that, especially at our critical infrastructure. That's one of the things that I'm going to spend a lot of time talking to the incoming town manager about, is some of the things that I learned about mowing, some of the things that we could do next year. And just in full transparency, just like to let you know that next week or the following week, before I leave, I want to spend some time with our new Parks and Rec director, and I want to borrow Jordan for a while, and also Mr. Campbell, and I want to go out and look at some of the properties that we mow and so forth, and I want to share some of that with them so it doesn't get lost in our transition. But I do think it'll be probably just a couple more times, but I think we all learned a valuable lesson. And I know we got to try different things, and I know you want to get that right and make sure you don't overspend, but yet you wisely spend the budget that you have allocated for mowing. It's a lot to it.
Right, it is. And last thing, Mr. Mundy, I appreciate you coming to our town and being a part of us. That meant a lot to me. I mean, you have brought sight to in different places that we had lost, and it's really helped all of us, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Gary?
I don't have too much here. Everything else has been said pretty much, but I do want to say the Anne of Green Gables fundraiser for the library was a big hit Sunday, although the weather was a little chilly, but still, it was still a good hit. And furthermore, I'd like to thank Mr. Mundy for all your support, help, and for being such a good neighbor. And hate to really see you go, but, it's been great. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Doug?
I've got two or three things. One thing I'd like to talk about, we moved $1 million from the ARPA fund to VDOT. And at the time, we were missing some information. We thought that we couldn't do any of the paving, but that was incorrect. We could have done the paving. We had reserves that we hadn't checked on. And the reserves, we had reserves from 2021, 22, 23, and now we're getting more funds from 24. We had reserves of $1,193,151 in reserves in the VDOT. And why we weren't paving those 4 years, it's none of your fault because you weren't here. I haven't a clue. We should have been paving the last 3 or 4 years and it wasn't done. Okay, since we had those reserves to do the paving and we still have them, the $1 million that we moved from ARPA funds, we can move that back because we don't need it in VDOT, because we have the money to pave, more than enough. And the reason that we would want to move that back into the ARPA funds, we would have like $3 million in reserve in the ARPA funds. And I've talked to Mr. Mundy, and we could move that to a Richmond bank. It's a government bank. And if that $3 million would draw interest of $150,000 a year until we needed it. And anytime we needed that reserves, we could bring it back. But $150,000, they're paying 5% interest. All of our neighbors do that. They move it to Richmond into the government bank, which I talked to Mr. Mundy about. Tazewell does it, all our communities do it, and they're making pretty good off that. It's 5 or a little over 5%. So $150,000 until we needed that ARPA money is quite a bit that would help the budget. So I would ask the council consider bringing that money back to the ARPA fund and then letting the new town manager send it to Richmond, to the government bank, and draw interest on that money.
Doug, I think that I appreciate your research. Clarence, do you care to address that? I don't know.
Mr. Mayor, I took good notes. Doug and I had a little bit of conversation before, and Mr. Campbell, I know, was a sponge on all this information as well. We understand the concept of what he's saying. We'll take a look at this particular funding sources and everything else and talk about our investment choices and so forth. And if we have any questions, we'll contact Doug for further information. But we'll start looking into the feasibility of it and give you a report back at the right time and any recommendations that go along with his suggestions.
Doug, is that okay with you?
Well, yes, but I'd still like the council to consider moving that money back to the ARPA funds.
How would we pay for the bridge that collapsed?
Pardon?
The VDOT money was supposed to, for this year's VDOT money is supposed to go toward the bridge,
Okay,
the Oriole Street
you're
Bridge.
getting funds, you'll get $1 million this year from VDOT again. You've already, first quarter, you've got 137,000 some already. And you'll be getting funds all through the year at different quarters from VDOT. And we have, like I said, we've got 1.2 million already to do the paving. So we can move, we'd have that money at any time in the ARPA funds if we, to call it back. But at least we could be drawing interest in it.
But also, the point of paying back VDOT, and correct me if I'm wrong, but paying back VDOT was that we use that money, I don't want to say, because I remember what a fluster this was when we said words like mismanagement, and I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that those funds were not used up to VDOT's standards for what they recommended, right? So now we, out of our money, have to use it. If we use VDOT money to pay back VDOT money, all that does is make us still owe VDOT that money.
Okay, there's never been, we could be drawing money on that if we move back to the ARPA fund. We could be drawing interest. VDOT has never penalized, we need the money now, especially with the $20 million that we are going to have on the sewer fund. Some of it's grant. Richlands is not in the best shape. We're in the hole in the budget. And we need the money now, okay? In reserve, we have to have reserves. VDOT has never penalized. We have years to pay that back to VDOT. It doesn't have to be paid back. VDOT has never in its history ever penalized a town. You can look it up for not paying the funds back on time.
But
Never.
our agreement with VDOT says that, and I think I sent it to you, that it says that if we don't use those funds correctly, that we are at risk of losing future.
It's never been done. If you look, 21, 22, 23, and 24 will get over $1 million each year.
Doug, Laura, I'm with you. Here's my thinking. I'm going to suggest this, that before council can actually say do it, we need to let our manager and finance director research the possibilities of where this money would go, the bank that you're talking about. And to clarify all that, I think it'd be really difficult, from my perspective, for us to say do it without the research behind it.
They could research the bank, but why can't we move that $1 million back to the ARPA fund and build that up as reserves?
Well, we have almost $2 million in ARPA right now, and unless you have something in writing from VDOT that says, hey, we're not going to penalize you, you're asking us to take a risk of will they or won't they. And to me, I feel like we need to take care of our priorities first.
one of your priorities is to get reserves because we're in the hole, our budget. And I promise you, VDOT is not going to say a word. They've never done it. They're not going to. If they did it, I'll pay it back myself.
Okay.
Okay?
Well, let me,
Can we get that in writing, Mr. Thomas?
I'll sign it.
I want
You know?
to, I want to make a suggestion. It's very gracious, if we were all so lucky. But I really think, and I understand the urgency, but I think research is important. And I think council, because I haven't
Well,
thought.
I understand
Hang on,
about the
Doug,
bank.
just a minute.
What's
I wanna finish my
research?
sentence.
What's research from moving the $1 million that we did under misinformation, moving it to VDOT? They said we couldn't pay, but we could. We had reserves. What research do you have to do to move that money back into the ARPA funds
Okay,
and
so
draw interest on it?
If this is the case, Mayor Curry, then if this is what you're wanting, I think it's a big mistake. I think you're right about the research, but also with the VDOT stuff of what you're saying, you're asking us to take a risk. I'm going to say no either way, but if you're that adamant, make the motion and see how the votes go to move it back.
I want to suggest before we
I'll
do-
make the motion. I've got 2 or 3 more things. I will make the motion that we move it back because it was put there because we didn't have all the information that we needed. And we need reserves in that ARPA funds because I promise you in 6-7 months, the economy is going to take a dive and Richlands is going to need all the help it can get.
Just let me hold before I say something. Just a minute. You've made a motion.
I've got 2 or 3 things and I'm going to make a motion.
Well, are you combining? I'm lost, Doug. Did you just make a motion?
I've got 2 or 3 things I want to bring up also. Do you want to
wanna
make a
finish your-
motion?
I just suggest you finish your report.
Right, and then I'll
go
make
for-
the motion.
However you want to
Okay.
do it. Cautiously.
Okay, the trash. I asked we're only getting paid $85 a load. And that's costing probably $300-400, probably $500 a load. And the county promised that they would reimburse us, and it wasn't for $85, but it was for the whole cost. Have we checked on that?
Eric Young, yes. Eric Young said he got that $85. Eric Young said that he got that amount from John O'Daniels.
No. Seth has the documentation. Could you check with Seth, Jan? He's got.
I have it. I
Yeah.
have it in an email. And it did come from a previous town manager, you're correct. But prior to that, or maybe right after that, he did, in an email that I do have, I can forward it to you right now, he did say that they would reimburse 100% of our costs on that. I don't know why on earth the former town, I don't know what he was thinking, he's not here to answer it, but whatever number he gave was not.
$85 is not 100%, it's like
I mean, it-
$500. So if we can produce that email.
Yeah, Eric Young was here recently, and that's what he told us.
Well, I know, but if he sent an email guaranteeing 100%, he should, the county should back that up.
Yeah.
Why is that important? It's no fault of Richlands that we're having to haul to Bluefield. The county made a deal that we could always dump up here at Cedar Bluff. They will not fix it. It's the county's problem, and they should fix that where we can dump there. And they're costing Richlands at least $400 a day extra in the budget when they promised in the email that they would do it 100%. And if we'd like Eric Young, we would invite him to the next council meeting. Let's produce this email.
Yeah, he did say that they're working with a new provider there, and they're hoping to have that resolved in the next month or two.
Okay, it's been going on for how long? Almost a year? Something like that? Okay, think what that's costing extra in the budget. And it's none of the fault of Richlands. It's the county and who they chose for the site to dump. And,
That was part of the agreement, that
Right.
City Bluff and Richlands would always be able to take their trash to City Bluff.
so let's invite Eric Young here, and I'll look at my emails, I've got it, let's bring, and just ask what goes.
I've got it right here, and one of the emails to Eric says that, from a previous town manager, said that 14 trips from town to landfill per week, 56 trips per month, 12.6 gallons of diesel per trip. So it's 705 gallons at $4.93 per gallon, 3,478 for the month of October. One trip is 2 hours, so $1,856 per month in wages only, not including benefits. And then he writes back and says, looks like about $5,200 a month, more or less. And he says that he's going to ask Republic to split that with him, but he does agree to pay us that.
Yeah, what was the date of that email? Because we had some correspondence in like January and February.
This is all November, between November 29th and November 30th.
2022.
Yes, sir.
Do you have that email, gentlemen?
The last correspondence, I don't think we've seen that unless.
Yes, sir, I'll forward it. And then on November 28th, he says if the town can tell me what the monthly fuel cost is for hauling directly to the landfill, Republic and the county will likely split it until we can find adequate equipment. And then that's when they get into it. I'll forward it right now.
And I've passed trucks, they've got 3 workers in the truck going toward Bluefield. I mean, the dump. And that's a lot of wages. So I think we need to get Eric Young down here, show him these emails, what they promised, and let the county live up to it.
I'm going to forward this to Mr. Monday, Mr. Thomas, and Mr. Campbell. Should
Thank
I put
you.
any, is that good? Okay.
Doug, what else?
Pardon, my next thing is, I'm going to welcome the new town manager, and I'm going to work with him 100%, okay? We can draw our own conclusions about the salary. Go on Google and Google the average salary for a town manager in Virginia. You'll have to make your own conclusions. But what I did before he was hired, I went to several council members, Jan, Gary, Rick, and I asked them to contact Jordan. We had several area residents that had 30 or 40 years that would have been great town managers. And we could have got them for around $100,000. And they would have one of them had worked in the town office for 35 years. And they had the expertise to be a great town manager. And I urged the council to look at that in that direction instead of hiring and paying what I thought was a little, I won't go into that, but the salary. I think we could have got a much better deal.
Thank you.
Okay, my
Doug,
motion.
you want to make motions?
I make a motion that we move the $1 million back from the VDOT because we did not have all the information that we needed. We were told that we couldn't pave, which we had the reserves when I checked, and we could have done all the paving for the last 4 years, but we didn't. And I make a motion that we move the $1 million back from VDOT because it'll just lay there without any interest and move it back into the ARPA funds and direct the new town manager to do the research, but I've already done it with several town managers in Virginia. Move it to the Richmond Bank. It's a government bank, guaranteed, and we can draw at least $150,000 a year to help the budget until we need that money, and at any time we can bring that money back. That's my motion.
Okay. Is there a second to this motion? Doug, this motion dies for lack of a second.
Okay,
Anything else, Doug?
I'm through.
Thank you. Okay, I'll have my comments, they'll be brief, and then we'll take a little break, then we'll go into closed session. First, I want to, several people have hit on so many things, and I'll just reiterate them. Recently, I had the honor to speak on behalf of the town of Richlands at the groundbreaking for the CNX Resources of Virginia. And I thought about it, and I'd gotten texts and emails from A.J. Robinson, who was helping do this. There were 9 speakers or 9 slots, and, I thought this could be a long-winded thing. So I think everybody really minded what she said, and they kept it brief. I remember in particular one of my remarks, 2 things from what I remember saying. This business brings to this town an opportunity for people to make a living and make a life. The other thing I particularly remember in my welcome speech on behalf of the town was that this company is headquartered in Pittsburgh. And it is prophetic that the original investors of this town touted us to be the Pittsburgh of the South. The circle is unbroken. And I cannot say how exciting this is for all of us, because we've expressed it, we feel it. Some things are words that express it, can't capture it. So to all those who've made this happen, we're very grateful. The next thing I would like to mention is we have Halloween coming up, and I think we officially chose the 31st. Is that correct? So our Halloween is coming up on the 31st at the end of this month, traditional Halloween. And I think we have times, was it 5 to 8? 5:30 today. What was it? 5 to 8. Okay, I don't have it in front of me. And I hope we have good participation. I hope it's pretty weather. It always makes a difference. And I hope that everyone is safe. It's always important. And I'm sure many other organizations, not only the municipality, will sponsor Halloween events, and we wish them all well. The next thing, we have the Veterans Day coming up program, and that will be before our council meeting. And so I don't know are there any details about time on it, Clarence, on the application? So I hope it's in the afternoon so that
It may have been on the application. We'll get that time for you and let you know, of course.
Yeah, that's okay. It's a valuable holiday, and like many other federal holidays, it's a great day off if you have them. They're always on Mondays, and the reason that is those days off to give workers that extra little boost. But this is one that officially is always celebrated on November the 11th without fail. Never changes, no matter what the day of the week is. And that's for the reason of the end of World War I. Remembrance Day, Veterans Day. So I hope that we will all remember that, and those who have served our country. Thank you. The next thing is there's so much I could say, but before I get into talking and saying thank you, Clarence, I want to mention comments about a couple of things. Laura, you mentioned about heaters. I don't know where they are, anything like that, but they were really nice. And that came because of the efforts of Connie Allen. And I don't know if it was got a grant for it. I just don't remember. But I know that we have two that belong to the town. Jordan, your idea of a local business community is really a good one, and I support it too. Anybody knows me. My family was in business here for many, many years. And we did have, back in the day, a small business organization, and I think Jan at the time might have had Jan's Jeans. I can't remember. That's going back a while. But I remember her bringing Seth in the store, and he was just a little boy. She raised him well. But my point is, there was an organization, it's all private businesses, privately owned businesses like mine, got together, and I could name them, but it won't serve me well here or anybody. But we did get together, and we had events as a group. And it wasn't that the chamber failed us, we just had a need to coalesce as a group. And one of the things we did Jan might have had something to do with this. I cannot remember. We had Shelby Joel and the Bluegrass Kinsmen, and they played on what is now Irvin Davis's parking lot. Okay, whatever. And it was a big hit downtown, and we called it White Light Christmas. And that was when white lights were really kind of a big deal, and everybody put them all through town. It was actually beautiful. So there's an idea. It may sound dated, but we all know what they are. We recognize them. And so I'm very supportive, and I have ideas spinning around up here, but this is not an idea session, but I'll be glad to share what I think, and you can share it with the group you're talking to.
Absolutely.
Everybody had positive things to say. Personal concerns or things, I've already had them addressed for the manager, and I thank you. Now, Mr. Monday, I don't know how many people on this council have asked you, would you please stay? There is no greater compliment, but they've already added so many accolades that you deserve. I don't know how many times I've said to you, and you probably can't count them, would you please stay? Just forget that house at the beach. But as much as I've tried, and I will use my old-fashioned humor, I offered him my very best, and I have spaces. In my backyard, I have a very nice cardboard box, and I even offered to put a tarp on it, but he wouldn't stay. Mr. Mundy, thank you. Words are inadequate. You have brought a sense of professionalism, and I will say experience. Experience really matters, and I thank you for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I'm very humbled. I am most appreciative of the opportunity to have served you. I'd never been to Richlands before until I took this position. It's been a pleasure getting to know the staff. You have a very, very dedicated town staff. They work very hard for you. They put in a lot of hours. Their pay, I know, could be considered in your upcoming budget cycle. I think it's past due for them. Getting to know each and every one of you has been extremely good for my personal self and my professional self as well. I have tried to do everything that I could to help guide you along, and I will say that there have been challenges along the way, but I feel really good of where you are now and where I am after being a part of the town of Richlands. My wife and I, we walk and get out in the neighborhood a lot out there in Lake Park. We come uptown a lot of weekends to walk. And you know, usually we spend more time talking to other people than we do exercising. And that's a testament to the friendliness and the civic spiritedness of this town. And it's truly been a pleasure. I'm glad I got to meet you. And if I can be of assistance to you in the future, don't hesitate. And I do know that you're in good hands with Mr. May. I think that he'll do you a very good job, and I know he will be welcomed by the town staff. And thank you for your very kind words.
Thank you. Ten-minute recess. Town Council is back in session. We have finished everything except Roman numeral 13, which is the executive closed session. Is there a motion to go into closed session pursuant to personnel pursuant to Code Section 2.2-3711A1 to discuss specific salaries of public employees, specifically town employees A, B, C, and D, and acquisition of property pursuant to Code Section 2.2-3711A3, Iron Street property, Fletcher Bright properties, and Buchanan Street property.
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Jan makes a second. Is there any discussion on this motion? Roll call vote, please.
Okay. Doug,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
Jan.
Yes.
And Laura.
Yes.
The motion carries. Thank you. We'll go into closed session. The Richlands Town Council is now back in open session. Is there a motion for us to be in open session, please?
So moved.
Laura makes the motion, Rick seconds. Is there any discussion? There being no discussion, roll call vote, please. Doug?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Motion carries. It is unanimous. Now, we need to certify. We need to certify that nothing was discussed in executive session other than personnel pursuant to Code Section 2.2-3711A1 and Code Section 2.2-3711A3.
So moved.
Laura makes the motion to certify that nothing was discussed other than those two code sections. We have a motion. Is there, we have a motion and a second. Okay, is there any comment? Roll call vote. Doug?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Motion carries. It is unanimous. Is there any action that council needs to take?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to authorize the new town manager to complete a pay classification study for all town employees so that, and a report is completed for discussion and consideration in upcoming budget cycle.
Thank you, Rick. Is there a second?
I'll
Second.
Okay, he's got it.
Jordan's fine.
Jordan has the second. Any discussion on this motion? There being no discussion, roll call vote. Doug?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Motion carries. It is unanimous. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
The motion is made and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. Thank you. Meeting's adjourned.